slowly start. It's 9:05. My name is Aleksandra Hola. I'm working at the Academy of Fine Arts at the Faculty of Conservation and at the Wawel Royal Castle. And I have a pleasure to host this event today. First of all, I would like to welcome Professor Jarosław Adamowicz, who is the head of the Faculty of Conservation and Restoration of Works of Art, who was a partner in the project that we are now finishing with this workshop.
Thank you, Aleksandra. I'd just like to say some words for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really our pleasure to welcome you in Cracow, of course, today. What I'd like to say, I hope it will be a great session for all of us. And I'd like to say the thank you for Aleksandra and, of course, Łukasz. And for all our partners for be together with this great project, and it's very important for Academy of Fine Arts, of course, also, and of course in behalf of His Magnificence Rector Professor Andrzej Bednarczyk and myself, and of course our faculty, we welcome you in the oldest Academy of Fine Arts in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Before we start, I will have a few technical announcements, and I will do it in Polish. Konferencja jest międzynarodowa, mamy międzynarodowych ekspertów i dlatego jest prowadzona w języku angielskim, ale mamy zestawy do tłumaczeń i mamy też dwie panie, które symultanicznie będą tłumaczyć. Natomiast tych zestawów mamy w sumie tylko 46, 20 jeszcze do rozdania. Także kto z Państwa czuje, że potrzebowałby tłumaczenia, to bardzo proszę podnieść rękę i są koleżanki, które zestawy rozdadzą. Ktoś chciałby mieć zestaw? Zestawy są, także można z niego nie skorzystać, ale mieć pod ręką. Wszyscy, którzy potrzebują... O, tak, tutaj jest pani jedna. Dobra. Ktoś jeszcze? Dobrze. Jeśli się w trakcie konferencji okaże, że żeby się jednak przydały, to są na zewnątrz na korytarzu. What I would like to say that the conference is ending our project that we've been running with the Institute of Catalysis and Surface Chemistry, Polish Academy of Sciences, and the Norwegian University of Technology in Trondheim, and the Academy of Fine Arts. The name of the project was Model of Paintings with Craquelure Patterns for evidence-based climate control in the museums. My colleagues will speak later what was the project about and what are the results, but in short, we've been making tempera paint samples to test how the tempera paint behaves in various conditions. First of all, I would like to thank our experts for coming. Thanks so much for accepting the invitation. The program looks outstanding. We are very happy. And I would like to invite our first speakers, Cecilia Frosinini and Sandra Rossi from the Opificio delle Pietre Dure. Our guests are responsible for the mural and easel paintings conservation department in this wonderful institute. So enjoy, please.
Okay, we will share our presentation. I will give a brief introduction about the story of the Opificio laboratory devoted to the restoration of panel paintings that has a very long story. And then Sandra will present one of the most recent case studies that she has directed in these very recent years. Now the Opificio is a very institution related to the Ministry of Culture in Italy, and we have 11 departments of restoration devoted to specific materials. We have also a new department for contemporary art, and also a department for archaeology. And then there are 4 different scientific laboratories. We are also the house of a superior school of high studies that give a degree equal to a PhD in conservation for our students that are very few, because we believe in a transmission, a direct transmission of the competencies in restoration in a close relationship one-to-one from the teacher to the student. The story began of this part of the laboratory, the Department of Restoration of the Paintings began in 1932 when Ugo Procacci, the very well-known art historian, founded a new laboratory on scientific basis that was mainly for the painting of the Uffizi Gallery and for the territory of Tuscany. Ugo Procacci lived during a very, very difficult time in Italy because first because of the fascist ruling. Secondly, because of the Second World War. He was one of the people, the key people in Italy that had a close relationship with the monuments men to save Italian art from the Nazi robberies. And then he was the superintendent of Florence, that means the one in charge of the art, during the very difficult time of the flood of Florence that happened in 1966. It was a moment of great difficulties. An enormous amount of artworks were damaged, severely damaged by the flooding of the river in Florence. And I'm going to show you some images from the time. This is the interior of the Church of Santa Croce in the aftermath of the flood. The city was submerged by meters of water and molding and whatever. Of course, it was an enormous disaster. Fortunately for the human lives, it was a feast day, and so there were very few people around in the city. Otherwise, we have had also an enormous amount of casualties of deaths, of course. But all the works of art were severely damaged. This is one of the most famous, which was a symbol of the victims of the flood, the Cimabue crucifix that was rescued from the Church of Santa Croce and then restored in our laboratory. That was moved from the Uffizi. The laboratory itself was flooded, and everything, the facilities and everything was moved to the Fortezza d'Abbasso, where still the laboratory is. And this is a more modern appearance of the laboratory. And since then, many, many important works of art have been restored there, and there have been also a great improvement of the scientific basis of the laboratory and research. I will show you now some of the most recent paintings. This enormous Rosso Fiorentino descent from the cross from the city of San Sepolcro. It was very badly restored in the past, in the 18th century, in the 19th, and more recently, especially because of a very strong and not fitting cradle on the back. And this is the painting after the restoration. They came back to the church for this Easter. Then the Giovanni Bellini, the Virgin in Glory with 6 saints, that has been really a great challenge because it has a lot of problems of consolidation, but Sandra will explain something later, so just a few photos during the work in progress. There were a problem of flakings, of course, of the paint layers and also the gesso ground, just to show you the difficulties. And this is the painting after restoration. And since it retained a lot of its original cradling on the back, it was decided to keep it, adjusting it and making it more elastic. And speaking of also our interest in contemporary art, I will show you something about the Jackson Pollock's alchemy that was restored recently in the laboratory. Comes from the Peggy Guggenheim collection in Venice. And there is no music here. Just the images. This is Jackson Pollock in Long Island, and the studio where he began this very famous first dripping painting. And the painting was very oxidated and opaque because of the accumulation of dusting on the paint layers. You should consider that the Peggy Guggenheim collection was Peggy home before her death. And so the painting was in the dining room. And there have been a lot of abrasion, consumption, and also dirt accumulation due to the use like it was just a piece of furniture. I was hoping to show you other images later, but it's difficult for me to manage this PowerPoint presentation. Anyway. And then the Leonardo da Vinci Adoration of the Magi from the Uffizi Gallery. And this was before the restoration and after. It is the last painting that Leonardo began in Florence before moving to Milan in 1482, and it was left unfinished. But on top, there were layers and layers and layers of varnishes. Of course, it was never varnished by Leonardo himself. There were only addition of layers of oxidated varnish because of the difficulties, also the mental difficulties to deal with a Leonardo painting. But it was not a painting in itself. It was impossible to see anything. And now we have these beautiful unfinished paintings, which is a great opportunity also to study directly on the front Leonardo's technique. And here also is a short film related to the first to the move of the painting from the Uffizi Gallery, which is a huge painting, of course. It was moved by, in a very spectacular way. It was impossible to move it from the stairs. And then this is the painting in our laboratory, with all the difficulties related to the front, the cleaning, as I explained before, but also because of the carving of the different, the wrapping of the different planks of wood. So there were a lot of course, analysis carried out before, the infrared reflectography, the UV. We decided not to take any sample because there had been a previous tentative of restoration that had taken a lot of cross-sections, and they never were published or studied or given back to the Uffizi Gallery. And so we thought that the works of art, the painting was already too much saved by this attempt. Okay, then speaking of the international research projects of the Opificio, here I listed some of the most recent, some of them are still ongoing, and just for sake of mention, because here in the audience there are people also involved in some of these projects. These are the European projects on cultural heritage that have involved the Opificio since 2000. Then this important, a very interesting project that was financed by the German government regarding the study of the transmission of the painting techniques for the flesh tones since late antiquity to high medieval time, and then the Getty Foundation Project on Panel Paint Initiative, and you see George Bisacca, Georg Vadum here present during one of the meetings. And finally, I will show one of the results of the Getty Initiative project that links the story to the beginning, because the Vasari Last Supper was damaged during the flood of Florence. Here, on your right, you see the painting in the aftermath of the flood in the Museum of Santa Croce. This was supposed to be a painting under the covering with tissue papers in order to prevent the flaking. You see how many very high relief of flaking areas of painted film you see. Here are some details, one after the removing, of course, of the tissues. This is the great work that was accomplished on the support with Ciro Castelli, that many of you here have known several years ago, and many young restorers or mid-career restorers. Also, Aleksandra was one of them that worked on this painting. This is just for sake to see how was the result. It was a great moment when we could move the painting, put all these different panels together, and they stayed on. And this is the painting back in Santa Croce. We have had also two books financed by the Getty Initiative, and they are also free share over the internet. One specifically devoted to the restoration of Vasari Last Supper, and the other one collecting all the principal, the main contributes written by the Opificio on the restoration, in the field of restoration of the hood support, finally translated also in English. And now I pass to Sandra Rossi that will show you a new case study.
Thank you. So now let me introduce to you one of the most recent restorations carried out by our lab. It is the Fano altarpiece, and Fano is a city in central Italy along the coast of the Adriatic Sea, painted by Pietro Perugino in a time that goes for 1488 to 1497 is the date and inscription on the steps of the Virgin's throne. It is an oil painting on panel which represents the Virgin with the Child. On the left, we can find St. John the Baptist, St. Louis sotto rose, St. Francis. On the right, St. Peter, St. Paul, St. Mary Magdalene. 5 scenes from the life of the Virgin are depicted in the predella: the birth, the presentation in the temple, the marriage, the annunciation, the assumption, and on the top, the Cimasa, where the Pietà is represented, with Christ between the Virgin, St. John the Evangelist, Joseph of Arimathea, and Nicodemus. The Cimasa is larger than the central panel, and also the predella, which was made on a single plank of poplar wood and later cut into 5 separate parts. It was at least 40 centimeters larger than today. It is possible that the loss of the original frame and the changes in the carpentry occurred in the same moment in the 17th or 18th century to place the painting in a smaller altar in the church of Santa Maria Nuova in Fano, where it is still preserved. Originally, the altarpiece was painted for the main altar of a church near Fano, and it was moved in the new church at the beginning of the 16th century. The painting came to the Opificio delle Pietre Dure in 2020 for an anoxic treatment and to evaluate its state of conservation. Then many technical and scientific analyses were carried out, which revealed some problems of the paint film due to the tensions in the wood support, especially along the joints of the central panel, where some blisters were observed. The restoration was carried out from 2021 to 2023. The protocol of analysis moved from non-invasive optical and physical data to more in-depth micro-invasive chemical analysis. The X-ray, usually a fundamental investigation for panel paintings, in this case is difficult to read because of the presence of red lead to protect the wood that was applied during the 1881 restoration by Filippo Fiscali. 2 most significant treatments are recorded. In addition to the one just mentioned, documented by the inscription on the back, a very important restoration was carried out by the Central Institute in Rome in 1953-1954. On this occasion, the main panel was divided into 3 parts and 4 aluminum sliding bars were put on the back. At that time, it was an innovative system in order to preserve the pictorial layers, supporting and controlling the movements of the wood caused by thermo-hygrometric stresses of the environment. For this reason, many longitudinal cuts were also made along the thickness of the support from the back, up to a few millimeters from the ground layers, and some hardwood inserts were pressed inside. During our present restoration, this very rigid structure was removed, replacing it with elastic crossbars, according to the traces of the original structure. Here is a graphic of the carpentry, made of 6 poplar wood planks, vertically oriented, of different widths and different anatomical cuts, joined with animal glue. The Opificio has been studying the behavior of wood for years, in collaboration with the CNR and the University of Florence, but also with international institutions such as the Getty Institute, as Cecilia told you. Recently, the project exploring the inner hygromechanical behavior of historical panel paintings, a novel approach using digital twins with the University of Florence, was developed in order to go in depth in studying the role of elastic crossbars in relation to the movements of wood. The Cimasa still retains its original structure. characterized by 4 poplar wood planks without interconnected elements, horizontally oriented, of different shapes and sizes, with a thickness varying from 4 to 5 centimeters, and 2 crossbars with 6 wooden cleats. The rear of the planks has not been refined, but some traces may have been lost because the chimasa was reduced in size in the past by cutting the lower part about 10 centimeters. As already mentioned, the predella has been cut in the past into 5 parts, and we can see it from the different dimensions of the wood on the vertical edges on the scenes. And the wooden support was under optical investigation in our lab after the exhibition Perugino and His Time, held in Perugia in 2023. There was an hypothesis that the sequence of the scenes had been modified in the past. But in contrast to this idea, the CAT scan performed by the University of Bologna and the laser microprofilometry of the surface performed by the CNR Reno in Florence has shown that the sequence of the scene is correct. This is attested by the continuous grain of the wood and by the presence of a piece of wood inserted between the last 2 scenes beneath the paint layers and before the application of the gesso ground, probably to repair a defect in the wood. As regarding the predella, there is a lively debate among art historians on the possible collaboration of the very young Raphael, in particular for the first scene, the birth of Mary. 2 drawings are preserved in the Uffizi galleries, eventually related to it, sometimes attributed to the young Raphael, sometimes to Perugino, but the debate is still open. The recent analysis carried out on the predella do not offer information to clarify this issue. Indeed, the result reveal a great complexity in the organization of the work in this area, with the involvement of several collaborators that used different materials and techniques in transferring the drawings. In some cases, an underdrawing based on liquid medium applied freehand with a brush was used. In other areas, we can find the use of a thinner, dry stroke, and some architectures are built up with the aid of tools, with incised lines, while other constructions are defined freehand. Summing up, there is not a single graphic design, and the concept of space itself seems to change from scene to scene, as if many members of the workshop had been involved. The scene of the Annunciation is particularly well constructed from a perspective point of view, but in the birth of the Virgin, the construction of the space is more problematic. Some of the perspective line create an incongruent relationship between the upper and the lower part of the scene. Furthermore, the infrared reflectography shows a significant novelty in the assumption, where traces of bouncing dots were found in the angels, and the angels are over the painted sky. The infrared reflectography provided new information also regarding the main panel, in which the underdrawing of the change in the walls appeared. We have to reconsider what has been said in relation to another work by Perugino painted in the same years in egg tempera for a city near Fano, Senigallia. Not only did the artist use the same cartoon for the figures, just compare Mary Magdalene with St. James, but for the first time, the same idea of the architectural setting is now well attested, as the two completely coincide. The diagnostic campaign carried out during the restoration of the Senigallia altarpiece in 2014 revealed the attribute of Mary Magdalene in the underdrawing of the figure of St. James, a fact that made possible its derivation from the Fano altarpiece. Now, the discovery of the chains in the letter makes it more complex to define a chronological succession between the two altarpieces, which could have been painted at the same time and in the same workshop in Fano. The central composition of the Fano altarpiece is carefully studied through the definition of the horizon line at exactly the height of the panel, on which is the vanishing point of the architecture. The underdrawing, traced both with a dry and a liquid medium, confirms the use of cartoon. There are small changes within the usual dynamic of a workshop. Considering the Cimasa, which from a stylistic point of view reveals a strong Venetian influence, the infrared reflectography and the XRF mapping have provided relevant news. On the left, the image of a city was discovered. It seems to be Florence. It was covered with the figure of Joseph of Arimathea after being painted. The Cimasa could have been sent to Fano from the Perugino Florentine workshop as a sort of a semi-finished work. Not only it is stylistically different from the other parts, but also there is no trace of the curve of the gesso ground along its edges that we can see in the panel and in the predella caused by the presence of the original frame. The construction of the Cimasa, however, does not have the specific Florentine elements, and the canvas applied along the joints of the planks in the preparatory phase is very similar to the canvas of the joints of the center panel and to that of the predella, where it is extended over the entire surface of the scene. The presence of the canvas makes the paint film more stable and solid. As regards the Craquelure, Vasari already wrote about Perugino's paintings with the problems of Craquelure, especially in the darks and shadows, because the artist painted the layers without waiting for the one underneath to dry. Here we can see some areas characterized by too much oil as a binder, and a particular vertical craquelure related to the pigments, probably with verdigris. In general, the brushwork is full-bodied, especially in the main panel and in Cimasa, with many layers. Perugino used a wide range of pigments, often mixed, including bismuth for the grease. It's a rare pigment used by few other artists, including Raphael. The skillful and complex sequence of pictorial layers is observed under the optical microscope in the dress of the Nurture and the Nativity, in the dark underlays of the robes of St. Peter and St. Mary Magdalene, in the main panel and the Virgin's mantle in the Cimasa, which have darkened over time. They contain azurite and the red lake, sometimes mixed with other pigments. This is a subject that the Opificio is now investigating in relation to an ongoing restoration of the painting by Giovanni Bellini, Madonna ed Eight Saints. You have just seen it with Cecilia, which has a very serious problem of the cohesion of the paint layers and the gesso ground. At the slightest variation of the microclimate, they separate from the wood support, made up of 10 poplar planks horizontally oriented. It is an extraordinary case study for us. We are wondering what will happen in the museum and the churches of Venice in the next years, following the big climate change. It will be essential to know in advance which paintings will be most at risk, to carefully monitor them and put them into safety. This is also the reason that makes it particularly important to share data and information, to improve our databases and to compare experiences, just as we are doing now in a conference that we believe is a source of opportunities for study and research. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Sandra and Cecilia are working in a promised land for conservators and researchers, and you have been speaking about the objects that we are all having in hearts. There will be a time for questions in the afternoon, around 3. There will be a discussion session, and then we will ask questions, and now we need to run. I would like to invite now Mark Aronson, who is the Deputy Director and the Head of Conservation at the Yale Center of British Art. He will speak about daylight reduction at the Yale Center. Welcome, Mark.
Does this one work? Does this microphone works? Good morning. Thank you for bringing me here to Krakow. It's such a beautiful city. It's my second visit, and it's overwhelming with the walks I take through the city and the parks. So thank you for having me. I'm going to transition now to New Haven, Connecticut, and transition from the treatment of a single object that we just saw to how I, as a painting restorer, have come to try and come to terms with treating an entire building. And a couple of you have been to New Haven, Connecticut. It's just above New York, between New York and Boston. And it's the home to the Yale Center for British Art, designed by Lou Kahn. It was, ground was broken in 1974, and it opened to the public in 1977. And when Kahn was designing the building, he was asked by his team what look he was looking for on the exterior. He picked these brushed stainless steel panels to clad the building, and they were confused by the patina he was looking for, and they asked him, what are you doing? What are you trying to get the building to look like? And he is alleged to have said, well, on a gray day, the building should look like a moth, but on a sunny day, the building should look like a butterfly. And so I have here juxtaposed two pictures, a gray day and a sunny day, where light is very much in his mind, the way the building reflects light on the exterior, and the way the building presents light on the inside was key in his thinking. Kahn has done 3 museums. His first, also at Yale University, is Yale University Art Gallery, admittedly not designed as a museum, but as a workspace for the School of Architecture, and a gallery, a temporary gallery for students to erect their projects, and not really designed to museum conditions. And you can see it's got 2 facades that are entirely glass, which lets in a lot of light. The Kimball Museum in Fort Worth, Texas, and then his final building, the British Art Center, on his right. He died before the building was complete. If you look at the lighting schemes in the 3 buildings, you'll see that at the art gallery, again, not designed as a museum, temporary walls and screens are used across most of the window facades to limit the amount of light hitting the collection. It's only sculptures that are put up against the wall or near in the vicinity of the open facade windows. At the Kimball, his most elegant solution to lighting is a series of barrel vaults with a long, narrow slit in the center of the vault. Whoops, whoops, whoops. And panels that reflect, the slit emits daylight. The harsh Texas sun is admitted through a slit in the barrel vault and then reflected back up to the ceiling, as if Kahn has silver-leafed the concrete. And as one goes into the museum, you feel like the sky above. But if you go in on a day when before the electricity is turned on, before the electric lights are turned on, you realize that the painting collection is not really lit. You have the sense of the sky above by this reflected concrete barrel vault. But to see the paintings, you wait for the electric lights to be turned on. The British Art Center, on the other hand, is sort of his extravaganza of light. It's lit with skylights from every direction on the 4th floor. When I took the job as the head of painting conservation at the Yale Center for British Art, one of our colleagues at the National Gallery in London said, "Oh, the British Art Center, are you still frying your paintings there?" And another colleague mentioned that the British Art Center was a real-time fading test for oil paintings. So arriving at the British Art Center, I knew there was something about light. I knew that we had to understand it better. It's absolutely an elegant building. On the left is what we call our long gallery, which has until recently been hung as a salon-style hang. And on the right is our library court, which is one of the most elegant reception spaces in the city of New Haven. In the face of trying to control light for a painting conservator is the conservation plan, which was written by Peter Inskip and Stephen G., who specialize in conservation plans for buildings. And you can see on the right the entry court to the building with huge swaths of daylight coming down, hitting the walls. And on the lower left, you see Paul Mellon, who paid for this. It's his collection that the building holds, and his love of Lucan's architecture that inspired the building. And you see a photograph of him and Lucan looking up at the light, not at the British Art Center. There's a painting hanging on the wall. The building wasn't finished when Kahn passed away. So this picture is of the two of them, perhaps at the National Gallery in Washington. I'm not sure where that picture is taken. But it's a demonstration of how important light was to Kahn's scheme. And so as a painting restorer, I am working with this within the confines of this conservation plan. What can we do? What can't we do to the building? Kahn realized he had to control the light in some way. He had just gone through with his lighting designer, Richard Kelly, and done the gorgeous Kimball Art Museum, and was sorting out how is he going to control light in this building. And he came across, the two of them came across five ways to measure light. On the left, we have these louvers on the roof, plastic domes, plastic cassettes at the ley light level, electric light, shutters, and blinds. The interior of the fourth floor is designed on a 20-foot square, which is a tip-off to the idea of these paintings that Paul Mellon collected came out of an English country house. And they use this 20-foot measurement as the idea of an English country living room. Very soft materials. The fourth floor is carpeted. It's a gray wool carpeted. Travertine divisions between each 20-foot square. Linen walls. We never paint the walls. It's all a raw linen that covers the wall with an oak trim and a very carefully mixed concrete color that was chosen to pour the iron reinforced concrete. These photographs are all taken with my iPhone. No electric light. This is just on a normal day. We don't turn on the lights unless it gets dark or unless there's a thunderstorm. In the winter, December, January, February, we typically turn the lights on around 3 o'clock. Otherwise, we're always looking at the collection in daylight. As a painting conservator, thinking about how best to present these paintings to be viewed, I noticed some inconsistencies that I always like to point out. When light beams into the galleries through the entry court atrium, we have hot spots on the floor, and hot spots on the fourth floor as you arrive. And so in a way, on a sunny day, it can be a bit blinding up there. And notice how in this picture on the right, we've got a sculpture there, not a sensitive work of a painting, or certainly almost never a work of art on paper on the fourth floor. Yeah. So on the roof, these louvers, which Kahn called angry crabs. He didn't like them. He knew they were necessary, but he didn't like them. He thought they were crabs, and angry crabs at that. Has a solid panel that faces to the north. They cover a plastic dome. The original domes, 234 of them, I believe, were made of a double layer of UF3 plexi. But Kelly and Kahn sort of had it in their mind that north light had more UV, and that needed to be filtered out. So they put a solid panel on the angry crab facing north. There's an error here in the thinking, and I think Kelly knew that. There's a note in the archive where he talks about, I don't think this is really correct, and he's right. The UF3 plexi, 2 layers of it, exclude almost all UV. So the domes let in daylight, exclude UV light, exclude rain, exclude temperature. The angry crabs try and direct the light and are designed to block more light from the north. Once you get into the building, when you come in, Kahn thought of the entry court as a daylit space. He thought of it first as to be outside, like an interior courtyard, and then realized through the planning stages that it had to be an interior space, but he always wanted the blue sky to be seen from above. At the lay light, we have these cassettes and then the electric. What is a cassette? Kahn had done a schematic of what he thought the cassette would be in the final installation. He worked with Richard Kelly to do that, but he passes away at the end of the project. The building had just been, the roof had just been added, and that's the last final drawings that he was able to submit during his lifetime. The university looked at the cassettes that he and Kelly had proposed and decided it was way too expensive. These were designed on the spot by the construction firm. It's a plastic tray with 3 layers of plastic inside of it, a textured grid of plastic, and then a metallized waffle of squares, and finally a layer of clear plastic. So by the time the plexiglass domes on the roof get rid of 99% or 99.5% of the UV, by the time the light passes through all the cassettes, there is no UV coming through the roof skylights. The only UV that we've ever measured in the building come through the windows. We're in the middle of a renovation project. We realized that the domes were 50 years old. They had broken their seals. There was water in between each dome. Condensation was growing. The thermal break was growing. And we realized we had to replace all 234 domes. And then to do that, we had to take down all the cassettes. When we took down all the cassettes, we noticed how many of them were cracking and broken, and we decided we had to replace the original cassettes. All of these steps are energy saving. So introducing new domes, introducing a thermal break, introducing new material are energy saving measures that we're taking. We're also at the same time replacing all the electric lights, going from the original Edison Price tungsten halogen bulbs, PAR 38s, to LEDs. So that is a project that's underway right now. I'm not going to talk about the energy savings in the dome replacement or the electric light replacement. I'm here to talk about daylight reduction. When you take the cassettes out, it's really wonderful. You see how the angry crabs project shadows against the walls, and every time you leave your office and you go up there, it's a time to take another photograph. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. And so you go around the building just marveling at the light, but even though at the same time it's kind of scary. The shutters. The shutters are introduced at the windows, a way of controlling the light when there's too much, when direct light is coming into the building. And they're controlled by security. There's no schedule. On a cloudy day, maybe we don't need them. We don't close them. On a sunny day, we close them when the light comes into the galleries directly, and then perhaps open them at the end of the day when it's no longer direct sun. Blinds. The blinds are used mostly in the atrium where the light court coming into the middle of the building. And again, these are controlled by humans, usually security, and sometimes they slip. Sometimes sunlight does hit a painting. At one point I was asked, could I just give them a schedule for when to lower the blinds? And I answered, well, what day of the year? Every day of the year is going to be a different time. So it's done by humans, and something we think about adding a photoelectric eye that would do it, but I don't know that that's a serious idea, but we think about it. So what I wanted to know is exactly how much light was hitting the collection. And then once we realized the domes had to be replaced, I also wanted to propose some solutions to introduce light filtration to the building. So we've done 2 studies. One initiated in 2015 just to measure the light, get a better understanding of what the light is on an annual basis, and a second one to control some filters that we might choose to introduce. The lighting scheme is really tricky because almost no 2 sections of the museum are lit the same. You walk through and you notice that the penetrations, the adjacencies to the library court, adjacencies to the entrance court, proximity to windows, of something like 40 sections of the museum, only 2 or 4 bays are lit the same. 2 pairs of 2 seem to be lit the same. How many sensors do we need? We need a lot of sensors to measure it all, and we didn't have that many sensors. So we deployed a series of use of Hanwell and LSEC units in a variety of key locations, trying to parse out just intuitively what the average situations were. And we also were interested in color temperature. These are the 16 locations by 4th floor, 3rd floor, and 2nd floor. The 3rd floor was designed as a light-locked floor to display works of art on paper or textiles. Not so much of a problem, but we did monitor in that area to see what we were doing. And we put data loggers here and there, not entirely in consistent locations, because ideally we'd like to put it in the middle of each bay at the same height. Well, there's a painting hanging there. So there are some inconsistencies of where we put the monitors. But on the left, in an isolated bay, not near any window, not near any opening in the atrium, we got 4 seasonal bell curves, very nice smooth bell curves, with about 500 lux coming in on a seasonal daily curve. And next to some of the windows, we got much higher light levels here, almost 1,200 lux coming in the summer. And we got some shoulders, and that's because of the way the sun traverses across the sky, illuminating an area in the morning, and then being shadowed by the building, and then maybe some more light coming in the afternoon when the light is coming directly into the opening atriums, which you see here on the right. You see these well, this one is our worst. What you see here is our worst condition, 2,500 lux, which is way higher than we'd like in the museum world. We had 16 locations. We sort of ranked them, red being our worst condition, green being our best conditions. We looked at the daily picture, what were our maximum across the hours. The x-axis on the left is the hour of the day, and on the right, it's what's going on across the entire year. You can sort of see where it's low at in the winter and high in the summer, and the spring equinoxes are somewhere in the middle. These are our 16 locations with some international standards added to the graph. 600,000 kilolux hours per year is what, say, the National Gallery in London is trying to limit the exposure of their collection to. They have shutters on their skylights that close at 5 o'clock and don't open until the museum is open to the public. And then 150,000 lux hours is what we think of as the moderately light-sensitive object. And then the yellow line is where we're trying to aim when we're doing works of art on paper, textiles, very sensitive collections. So in almost all of the locations of the British Art Center, where the sensors were, the light was too much. Mind you, the sensors were in the paper areas. Each object would be lit and measured by the lighting technician, so it's not really a representation of what the objects were getting. It was just a representation of the ambient light in the space. With that, we were able to develop a light map, a way to guide what we thought might be more sensitive objects, which is to the darker areas of the building. And when we're negotiating loans for the 4th floor, it becomes very important. And the importance of my collaboration with a variety of scientists. I cannot begin to explain the math here. I've gone through this slide many times and talked to the team about what it means. But for me, it's the end of the slide on the right. Occasionally, usually with an exhibition, and we're borrowing something, and the lending institution wants the darkest wall. They'll let us exhibit a painting on our 4th floor as long as we exhibit it in the darkest bay on the darkest wall. So that we did some math to understand which of the 4 cardinal directions, the south wall, north wall, east, or west, were the darkest. And so we're beginning to develop a light map. It's ironic that we're doing this for our loans, whereas we don't have the opportunity to do it for our own permanent collection that much. But we do have a much better understanding of where the light is falling. The second study was to start trialing ways to reduce the light. And we introduced a bunch of ideas, putting in the new domes could be tinted, but that would be a custom, very expensive, or a frosted dome is off the shelf. So we tried on the right introducing frosted domes. We tried flipping the angry crabs on the roof to reduce light that way, putting that solid panel facing it south. And we tried 2 filter films, plastic films applied to plexiglass to put into the cassette, and also a fabric shade to put in the cassette. And so we had a bunch of trials and a bunch of controls where we were measuring the light at the same time. And started to understand a lot of things about Kahn's design in the building. In the area of the frosted dome, we started noticing when we frosted the dome, we lost directionality, we lost texture on the walls. The cassettes lost their sparkle factor. They glistened, they shimmered, and people liked that. And so the frosted domes really didn't pass the aesthetic test. Lots of directionality and loss of excitement in the light. On the right, you can see where the frosted dome is installed. The color temperature started going way cool. English country house, warm colors, warm carpet, warm linen. Cooling it down in terms of color temperature was not an appealing idea to our curatorial team. We were able to take measures. If we flip the louver, we'd reduce 30% of the light. That would be really an inexpensive way of taking out 30% of the light load, but it changed the color temperature significantly. People didn't like it. We did the same for all the shade, the fabric filter, and the 2 plastic filters. We did the same color measurements, And we figured out that the color temperature of the building in the control areas is around 5,000 Kelvin. And the frosted domes put it up to 475, and the Meko shade made it much too warm, and the plastic films sort of hit the target, so we were wedded to that solution. Light reductions, reduce the light 50%. That's what we suggested. Can we cut the light 50%? And cutting it 55% wouldn't be a whole lot different. Cutting it 60%, really, as I understand it, to make a next big difference, we'd have to cut it 90%. So we used a target of 50%, which would, in our dimmest galleries, would put us around the international standard. The other galleries would be brighter, but at least we'd have tools in our pocket to lower those lights by adding more layers of filter if we needed to. In the course of the study, we realized a lot of things that maybe we had done wrong, or we understood more about Kahn's light. And we didn't really understand the contribution of the electric. The only way to guess that was to look at the light results. The security team goes through the museum and turns everything off around 7 p.m. And so we knew in December, January, February, the electric usually goes on around 4 o'clock and goes off at 7. So we were able to isolate 2 or 3 hours of the day to understand what contribution electric was making. But we realized, as I mentioned before, the location of the sensors was not uniform throughout the building. We couldn't do that. And when we started doing the trialing of the filters, we started noticing things. You can't trial a filter next to a section of the gallery that's not filtered. And we started noticing things. On the right here, you see those 3 shadows streaking across the wall. So that's light coming into the gallery from the adjacent area. And so some of the manufacturer's specs, this filter will reduce light by 50%, were not borne out in our measurements because our measurements were sort of off the mark. And then we started thinking, well, why don't we just measure the filter in a black box? And then we'll know if it's 50%. Well, sort of that works. It sort of works, except that the filter is designed to fall into the bottom of the cassette. And so the sides of the cassette are not filtered, and we're getting some spill from there. So things got very, very difficult in terms of getting perfectly precise data. And then when we started the renovation project, we noticed how filthy the cassettes were. And so our original light data itself was affected by the filtration provided by the dirt. So things weren't perfect throughout this. But we did, in the end, understand a lot more about what Kahn was doing, understand a lot more about what we like about the design they came up with, what we could live with and what we couldn't live with in terms of light reduction. We've got a filter chosen, another layer of a neutral density film. I think we're choosing a company called Matejko, and this film is a very thin piece of plastic that's laminated to plexiglass, and it's dropped into the cassette. So this is a brand new cassette with all the new layers of plastic that are being added, or the one layer of dark plastic that's being added to the original layers that will diffuse the light and lessen the light. So practical outcomes, we've understood the quantity of light coming into the building more or less. We've suggested light reduction goals. We understand a lot more about what Richard Kelly and Lou Kahn were thinking about in designing the light of the building. We understand color temperature. We've created a light map, so when we do need to put something in a less lit area, we know which the less lit areas are. We understand the contribution of the louver flip, and maybe some other generation will decide to flip it. We understand the electric light component. What we don't understand is we're going now to LEDs. And if we, so we're going to save energy there when we go to LEDs, but we're going to probably be turning them on instead of 3:30 in the afternoon. We might be turning them on at 2:30 in the afternoon because the light in the galleries will be perceived as dimmer in the winter. So people really wanting us to eliminate how much electricity we're burning are a little bit upset about, well, we're going to have to turn them on more. But we're going to LED. We're going to be consuming a lot less electricity anyways. And we've developed some tools if we have to lower the light in a specific area, what we can add to the cassettes to do so. A couple of things that are still to be decided is, as one cleans a painting, one is trying to balance the relationship of the bright areas and the dark areas of the painting in terms of the varnish. I think about the building as a painting. If we're going to lower the light level at the cassettes to keep Kahn's design intact, we have to do the same amount of light lowering at the window and that entrance atrium. And the windows, we're starting to do trialing window films, which will take out the last little bit of UV coming through the windows. I believe keep the balance of the illumination of the building closer to what Kahn intended, right? If we're going to lower the light up here, we have to lower the light at the facade. And then the biggest problem we're facing is what to do with that atrium, where it is specifically written, you come into the entrance atrium and you look up and you see blue sky. We're looking into that. We're hoping to use a shade of some kind, either inboard at the just below those skylit domes, or perhaps putting something on the roof above those windows. So this photograph I took last week. The work is undergoing right now. This is the crew putting in the new electric lighting track. We're waiting for the cassettes to arrive, and we're going to drop in those new filters. And ideally, when this is all done, if we do it right, most of the public won't notice the change, but the preservation of the collection will be improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's like Russian Matryoshka. You have a wonderful work of art, which is a building, and it's hosting a works of art, and you need to deal with both and with conservation regulations. Thank you. I would like to invite now Michał Łukomski, who is the head of the Preventive Conservation Research Group of the Getty Conservation Institute. And Michał will speak. Yes. About management of art collections. Thank you.
I hope you will hear me. I'm pretty told. Oh, this. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank organizers, especially Hola and Łukasz, for giving me this opportunity to be with you today. And I would like to mention that I actually speak Polish pretty well, so if anybody would like to have some discussion later on in Polish, I'll be super happy to do that. And for now, because of this theme, I will go to talk that in English. And what I'm going to talk about today is this sustainable conscious management of art collection. And I would like to discuss that mostly from the point of view of of my curiosity, how it had happened that we come from very how we get from the very narrow and prescriptive description of the conditions in the galleries and museums to some developments of strategies which are much more sustainable and broad and broader recommendations. So the outline of my talk is that I would like to start with some timeline and give you maybe my my personal perspective, and you can think how you connect to this perspective. And then I would like to talk a little about the Managing Collection Environment Initiative project that the Getty Conservation Institute I'm leading, and specifically about some mechanical research and understanding material properties which are important for development new strategies for the preservation of the collections, and then describe also the object change studies, both in the laboratory and application in situ. And finally, if I have a time if I have a time, I will hopefully talk about last 5 years and how some works in this area really accelerated. So, without further ado, So you can think about that the timeline in which the things had changed in our field, and I would like to discuss that over maybe last 4 or 5 decades with respect to the global discussion about sustainability all over the world between the different. No, you don't hear me? Oh. I can use also this other microphone. Yeah? Is it better? Okay. So you didn't hear anything before? That's okay. I don't know if using 2 of them is better. Okay, I will try my best. If anything is bad, just give me some sign. So again, this timeline is kind of my personal approach to that, but maybe you will connect with that and agree, or would like to discuss how we see this progress of the thinking in our field and some results in the field. So generally, I divided into 3 sections: the global discussion about the climate change and how we understand our humankind involvement in the process, how the museum sector, generally cultural heritage sector, is responding to this discussion, and also how we understand the energy savings and particularly using of HVAC system, the mechanical system, influence of the energy consumption of on the museum, how we can create those strategies. So I would argue that real discussion about the global climate change and our humankind influence on the climate started really in the 80s, and at this time in the museum we didn't have any connection to that, and in the 80s really the museums were still focused on providing the best practice, which was very tight control of humidity, and those who were able to do that were trying to keep 50% relative humidity, ±5, doesn't matter the costs, and we were using very prescriptive guidelines which are telling us how narrow range of conditions is needed for particular materials, and in a consequence for all mixed collection. And also, we kind of understood that using HVAC system is an expensive procedure, but it was like a standard way of doing the things for the best practice for the collection of for the protection of the museums. And then what had happened in the 90s and 2000s was the really like speeding up the discussion about the global climate change in this United Nations intergovernmental panels of climate change, 4th and 5th. And during this, we more and more started to realize that the the climate change is a real problem which we have to deal with it somehow. And at the same time, I would say that the museum started discussion about adopting the broader environmental parameters in the museums, and there were two specific cases which are worth to mention. The one was the work of Marion Mecklenburg with Smithsonian, and as a result of this work, the Smithsonian changed the environmental condition, extend the range of acceptable temperature and humidity variations. So this was like a for example of a successful application with significant saving of energy, and at the same time there was introduction of the risk management methodologies to the guidelines and recommendation in our field. This was mostly work of Stefan Michalski and later on Robert Wallers and others. And also we started to have some discussions about possibility of low energy solutions for the museum. So looking at the smaller spaces, passive enclosures, using less active methods to control environment, and particularly finding individual solution for the individual objects rather than treating the whole collections in the same way. 2000s, the very significant Paris Agreement, which actually showed us that there is, I mean, the CES agreement, I'm hesitating because we never were able to implement fully the results of this agreement, so those sustainable development goals were not really implemented all over the world, and actually without pointing like fingers, there are some countries which still are not committed really to the Paris Agreement. But I think that this message about the need to introduce changes in our approach to sustainability resulted in the like strong response of the museum community, our cultural heritage sector. So we have a series of the environmental guidelines recommended broader environmental conditions. BISO Group, IIC, AIC, also International Council of Museums, they all recommended broadening climatic conditions from this very narrow 50 plus minus 5. And also the European and UK standards become more based on the risk assessment. And very importantly, from my point of view, also revision of the ASHRAE chapter. So ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, Air Conditioning Engineers Society, which has got a very influence way of discussing the climate control in the museums. And what had happened in this chapter is actually there was proposition of, again, more flexible climate control strategies for different class of objects, but also introducing the risk assessment approach to defining those specific conditions. And we, at the same time, in the energy solutions, we were seeing a lot of different type of modeling of energy for different type of the systems and different type of the schemes of the operation, giving us actual tools to be able to assess how different type of climate control strategy in the museum can influence the financial outcome of this operation. And nowadays, we just have not so long ago 6 intergovernmental panel of climate change. Their report is pretty scary. If you didn't read it, I strongly recommend, unless you have very bad nerves and you cannot really hold it, because the perspective is rather gloom for us. And as a result of that, and not only that, because we also have the energy crisis. The war in Ukraine resulted in the dramatic increase of costs of operation. So the expected changes in the museums and those government mandates to reduce energy consumption are resulting both from understanding how dramatic is the situation with the climate change, but also with the very difficult time for the museum, especially museums which are supported by governments, like public institutions, to be able to hold the costs. So as a result of that, there are many government mandates to reduce the energy. So naturally, museums are looking for the way to do that, and one of the way of doing that is looking at one of the biggest costs in the operation, which is actually using the climate control for controlling temperature and mostly humidity. So many European museums changed the the parameters to save the energy. And we observe over the last few years, maybe I will go to the very end of my presentation, a lot of conferences, forums, discussions, which are really focused on sharing the experience of the different institutions trying to save the energy and become more sustainable. We also had the refreshment of a BISO Green Protocol. I will tell about that a little more. So this is a strong reinforcement move of those biggest museums in the world to apply less stringent conditions for the temperature and humidity. At the same time, we are discussing with the facility manager, and we found that there is a lot of new tools to look at the operation of the system, also including very new AI methods to optimization of the operation of those systems. So with this timeline, I think we can see how we get there, how we moved from the very stringent and rigid way of dealing with the collections to something more flexible and responding to our needs. But all this is also possible because of the development of our understanding what the collection can sustain. And with this kind of a graph, maybe I would like to show you again the change in the subjects, methods, and results of the science supporting the development of those strategies. And I would like to focus mostly on the mechanical damage and the risk of physical damage, because those concerns with the physical damage in most cases results in the very strict control of the museum. So I wasn't that brave to put here years because it's complicated. I think the one method developed at some point in time is going forever, and we've got different groups starting doing different things in different moments. But generally, I think you would agree that in the 80s we started with mock-up sample mimicking historic materials. This was mostly works of Marion Mecklenburg with macromechanic testing, destructive testing on those materials, and numerical modeling. And then by using combination of looking at the historic and empiric data, looking at the proof fluctuation of the objects, then using micro and nanomechanical technology and very sensitive monitoring techniques, we were able to add to this studies also the real objects, historic samples, and very importantly also conservation materials, because I think we realized that a lot of problems objects may have are resulting not necessarily by long exposure to improper environmental conditions, but because of the exposure of the objects which were treated in some particular way, and we have to understand the results of those treatments to make the better decision of the preservation. We cannot ignore the fact that they were altered in the time. So generally, the combination of introducing new methods and ways of looking at the objects and the collections together with the looking at new objects resulted in the more thinking about objects in the context. And this results in the transition in our guidelines. So as I said at the beginning, we started with the prescriptive guidelines very much focused on the safety of particular materials with respect to variations of temperature and humidity. But then we slowly moved toward the risk-based guidelines, and finally also using the digital tools which can tailor the information from the guidelines more toward very specific objects and specific situations. I'm not trying to say that digital tools are going to replace the general guidelines, but this is a very, very strong supplement of that. And in fact, I think Łukasz will tell about one of the platform, the HERI platform, combining many of those tools and how helpful it can be for actually development of sustainable environmental strategies. And I really tried to put here like a specific institutions connected with different methods. It's completely impossible because people are combining all those different methods. There is a lot of collaboration, and this list of institutions is just to show you that that's a global and very, very, very widespread, all over the world spread effort to create the knowledge which can support development of the strategies which corresponds to the need of the materials and collection and specifically mixed collection in our museums. And my final slide related with the timeline is also the evolution of the ranges proposed by the different guidelines. It's not comprehensive, it's not everything, it's just to show the trend. So starting with this 8 is specifically narrow range, then we have the proposition of different range of temperature and humidity by Smithsonian, extending a little lower. Then 2014, 15, BISO, ICOM, AICCM, so Australian Institute of Conservation proposed the 40-60 range with broader temperature range also. And finally, ASHRAE 2019, the range is not higher here in sense of humidity. However, in ASHRAE, there is, in a very explicit way, say that the central point is not 50% by the long-term average, so actually the flexibility is even bigger. But the fact that we have broader and broader acceptable range, we understand that collections can sustain more and more variations. Sorry. I don't think it's the most important thing. The most important thing is that at some point, those guidelines become more related with analysis of the risk and less about what actually should be done. So it's more up to us now to decide what is important for our institutions and our collection. And as example of that, I would like to show you the example of PAS 198, British Standards 2018. This table shows the risk factors for the different ranges of humidity for specific processes which may affect the museum objects. And you can see here the chemical stability, mechanical risk of biological attack, the mold, and then like specific processes. And then you see those ranges in which we see how the risk is going from green, which is safe, red, which is unsafe, and this is actually blurred. There is some range, and we can optically see what would be the sweet spot for our specific collection if we have in mind the different processes. And one may say that, okay, that's a kind of a difficult thing because there are no numbers related, but it gives you some idea about in changing conditions in which directions are making what kind of risks higher or lower. Then if you understand your collection, you may have an idea what would be beneficial or not. At the same time, it also gives you information about the energy needed to control environment in a specific way. Very similar way of very different way of providing the same information actually is provided in ASHRAE. This is this famous table 13 in which we've got different classes of control related with different ranges, temperatures, and also if you look, there is this very right column which informs us about collection benefits and risks. So the same type of information which was in British Standard presented in these colors here is presented in a very descriptive way. So we've got information about how specific objects, type of specific objects can be affected by specific variations and how the risk is changing when we are changing between those different classes of objects. And still, it's up to us to decide whether we accept or not accept this kind of risk or how we would like to deal with it within the resources we are available. ASHRAE chapter actually introduced something additional which I value very much, and we were involved in the work on the ASHRAE chapter. Łukasz was also involved in this work, and I think that we found this particular scheme very useful for institutions looking for optimization of the climate control for the galleries. This is decision diagram from the environmental management of the strategies. What we can see here is that in the institutions, we have the particular way of deciding how we would like to build the strategy in our institutions, starting with context, institution, mission and strategy, determination of needs, going through the pre-designed phase, in which we have to decide what is possible in our institution in the sense of our resources and our mission, and then going through the designing, implementation, and evaluation phase. And this is going in the circle because we always are in some place between something which was done and needs to be done, and evaluation and optimization. So there is some logical scheme in which we can follow to develop the best strategy for the collection, but there is something more. There is this information for each step in our process, who needs to lead, who needs to be consulted, and who needs to be informed of this step. And there is, as you see, a lot of actors here, because actually the development of the strategy of operation for the museum institution needs to be a very collaborative process, and we need to take care that everybody who has a say is involved in this process. And of course, it may happen that in particular institution there are not all those people listed in the ASHRAE, but this is a kind of a guide, is kind of a way of showing how we should take care about the logic of the process, and also how much it is important to have different people involved to make this not only good strategy, but also strategy which is accepted by the institution as a whole. So, as you see, this is all very complicated. It is complicated, but it's something we need to invest our effort to have the results which we will be happy with and which will work for our institution. And I would say that this sustainable control and management of the collection requires for us rethinking collection care from point of view of our research, policy, and practice with respect to those different elements like access to collection, level of the preservation, and our efforts to preservation, and our resources to find a sweet spot. And the sweet spot is different for different institutions. This is the most important thing. So the solution which can work for the Wawel Castle may not work for the Getty Museum, or may not work for the National Museum Cracow. So we should think more about the process than about the specific parameters we have to imply. And therefore, it's very important to have access to this evidence-based processes and tools which can help us to tailor the solution toward our particular institution and our particular needs. And since I'm a scientist, I would still argue that the most important thing in making any decision is still to understand how climate is actually influencing our collection. If we have this information, then we can do a lot of things. We can decide whether we accept this change, or we don't accept this change, or we would like to modify that or reduce, but we have to understand it. And typically what is happening, we are thinking about the effect of the climate on the collection in sense of the biological, chemical, and mechanical damage. And probably the biological and chemical damage are more adverse and more dangerous for the collection than mechanical ones. However, biological and chemical damage are mostly, not always, but mostly related with the levels of temperature and humidity. Therefore, they not necessarily immediately require very tight control of the variations. But physical damage is different, because physical damage in the hygroscopic object, is happening because the objects are responding dimensionally to change of humidity. So they are swelling when the humidity is high, shrinking when humidity is low, and therefore if we've got complex objects which are restraining movement, if there is a conglomerate of many different layers, these objects are responding in different way, so we know that the smaller those variations are, the safer for the objects it is in general. And therefore, in most cases, this desire to protect objects from physical damage results in the very strict control of the temperature and humidity variations. And therefore, at Getty Conservation Institute, when we started this project almost 10 years ago, we decided that if we would like to provide the meaningful and useful knowledge for the museums to be able to cope with the problem of variations, we need to focus on physical damage specifically. So how it is working practically, if we would like to rethink climate control strategy just simply from the point of view of the damage or physical damage to the object. And please remember that it's just the one aspect, because we cannot make this decision solely on the basis of the safety of the object. There is many other factors we have to take into consideration. But let's focus on this part as again, cornerstone of every decision. So typically what we do, we need to understand our collection. We need to know what kind of objects we've got, what are they, construction, composition, how many objects made of different materials. This is the work which needs to be done. And then we need to also understand the environmental conditions the objects were exposed to in the past, and then they are exposed right now. And then we can start to think how, if we modify those conditions, what will possibly happen with the object, what kind of change we can expect. And then we can either use those comprehensive guidelines, which gives us a general description of the risk, or we can use those digital tools, which are more still based on those guidelines and providing the very precise knowledge, but they can be more tailored to specific objects. So if we've got specific concern about specific type of objects, we can focus on them. But what they are really doing, all of them, is that they are making something like a damage function, and this damage function, especially for the physical damage, is based on numerical modeling, which is informed by mechanical testing. So we need to understand material properties, and then on the basis of those material properties, using proper model, we can create the damage function, which informs us how different variations of conditions will influence the preservation state of the objects. And we know that the modeling needs to be properly done, of course, but also the strength of the prediction depends on how well we understand the materials and how well we can measure those properties, how accurate they are. And therefore, we built this mechanical testing laboratory at Getty, in which, in collaboration with many partners all over the world, we are looking at the materials, all types of materials, basically, which are hygroscopic. And typically we do the macro testing, something which is known in our field for a long time. So the macro test on samples mimicking historic materials made in similar composition, accelerated aged. We can do tests in different scales, conditions, different geometries, but also because we believe that it's very important to address the problem of a historic sample, and we not necessarily always know how to mimic them in the laboratories. We also adopt those micro and nano indentation techniques from the engineering field to be able to work with the mechanical characterization, material characterization of the very small samples. So we can take the cross-sectional samples from the objects and measure their mechanical properties. And in this way, we can answer the question about how the materials are aging in the natural way, how we can compare it with the aging in the speed-up way in the laboratories. And also we can look at the properties of paints on unknown composition or the manufacturing procedures. So this all, with this collecting this information and this collaboration, we can feed the numerical modeling and make the prediction more proper. And I would say that looking at the historic materials is actually the big step to validate those models and make them even stronger. And at the same time, we are thinking about the different methods of looking at the safety of the collection, because the modeling is still very general. It's very difficult to model every possible objects, and some alternative way of doing that would be to using the micro sensitive method to look at the change of the collection. So in this scheme which I showed you a few minutes ago, we can think about the different path. Instead of defining damage function, we can actually apply very sensitive method of monitoring objects, which can be done in the real time, continuously. And if the method is sensitive enough, we can apply the new climate control strategy we would like to try, which we would like to have. And then we can look at those objects, and if the method is sensitive enough, we can start to see changes which are so small but noticeable, so we can modify the strategy, make some mitigation. So this is like a safety net, our early warning system. And if we do that, we actually can forget about damage function, anything. We just have the method to directly look at the object. But in fact, the best is to combine both, because you think about that, the damage functions and modeling can work for everything, but it's just a prediction. And the monitoring is very specific and work for very precisely and informing us directly about this object, but we cannot apply the monitoring for every object in the gallery. So this can work as a tandem, as a the monitoring is a safety net which also is validating the computer models. And yes, we also spent years actually on looking at the different methods to monitor collection, and there is not one best method to do that, but we mostly focused on combining for the wooden objects, the photography, including macro photography, time-lapse photography, with the acoustic emission and three-dimensional scanning, because this, in combination, they can look at the different types of the changes which are happening with the objects, from the global deformation, surface phenomena, brittle cracking, and so on, so on. And I think that you are well familiar with photography 3D scanning, maybe not so much with acoustic emission. However, the group of in Polish Academy of Sciences using acoustic emission actually introduced it in the cultural heritage field many years ago. And so actually in Krakow, this knowledge should be spread very, very well. But if it's not, I just have one slide showing what the acoustic emission is. And what acoustic emission is doing is detecting microfracture by measuring elastic waves released during stress relaxation in material. And this is my test sentence, and only Łukasz is laughing, because it's an extremely complicated way of saying something very, very simple. Because so your endurance is unbelievable, it's very strong. What acoustic emission is doing is just looking at the process of the micro cracking of the material. So if we've got brittle material and there is a crack, even micro crack, the energy released during this micro cracking is released in the form of acoustic wave. This acoustic wave is traveling through the material to the surface, and the surface is captured by the sensors, and then we can amplify the signal, change to electric signal, measure that. So in a real time, we are capturing information about the micro cracking of the materials, and we can correlate with external conditions. So we can measure at the same time level of acoustic emission with changes of temperature and humidity in the gallery, and see what is the effect of these conditions on our particular objects. And we perform many studies of that. This is a laboratory story many years ago already. And what we did, we have a collection of the museum-like objects, very sensitive objects, bought in some antique stores, which we monitor using different methods, but also acoustic emission, and we expose those objects to, increasing environmental stresses. And during this process, we were measuring level of acoustic emission. And we also use the other methods to have this combination of the results together. And you can see here, this is just an example, because we wanted to see how sensitive those different methods are in the cross correlation. So you see this experiment in real time. This was extremely long. It's like 1.5 years. And we can see here two graphs. One is a cumulative crack length measured by macrophotography. You can see that those consecutive drops of humidity to 20, 20 again, 21. I don't know if you see, but there is like a tiny increase of the length of this crack. So we were measuring all of them together for this particular lacquer box objects. And we were also measuring acoustic emission, combined them together. And there are two conclusions. One is that there is a pretty good correlation between those two results. This is not perfect, but it's good it's not perfect, because acoustic emission and photography are measuring a little different things. So one is just on the surface, the second is in the bulk of the material. So the fact that we observe that the appearance of the damage at the same conditions is actually reassuring that we are sensitive to the same phenomena. And secondly, if you look, we start to measure actually both increase of the cracks and the relative humidity only for these objects at about going down below 20%. It's still very small damage or change, if you like, but this object is pretty robust. I mean, it's not that easy to damage it by the change of humidity. So what I can say that these monitoring methods, with those monitoring methods, it's possible to create this correlation between the micro changes in objects and can be done for the objects of different size, construction, state of preservation. So it's very, very complex. And if we combine different type of method, we can actually measure changes in museum and objects which are concerning for us. And right now, I'm not controlling time. Good or bad? Not good? Really? So, okay, so I will make it shorter. But I just want to show you this particular thing, which is the studies we make using those type of monitoring techniques in the National Gallery of Victoria in Melbourne, in Australia. What had happened there is the National Gallery of Victoria is an encyclopedic museum. They have a very diverse permanent collection, and they are very committed to the energy saving and, of course, the safety of the collection on the same way. And they are committed not only because they want it, but also because the government of Victoria told them that they absolutely need to stop using so much energy, because they were using more energy than nearby hospitals, and they said that's too much. So they wanted to make this change. They wanted to be more sustainable, but at the same time it was a huge concern for them to not put in danger their collection. They didn't want to have this feeling that they are compromising the safety of the collection for the sake of the saving energy. And therefore, what we did together, we started to collaborate, and what they wanted to do is to broaden the range of temperature and humidity from this very narrow 45–50% relative humidity, this is data from 2019, to range of 40–60, recommended by BISO group, and BISO, because they are part of BISO, so this was like a very natural step for them. And so what we decided to do we decided that we'll deploy some of our monitoring system. They were using some photography, description of the many other objects, but we focused on this, the Flemish table from 16th century, and we install acoustic emission system, 6 sensors in the different places, looking at the polychrome sculptures, panels, joints, and we performed these measurements over the almost 2 years, okay? And you can see what had happened. This is our reference situation 2019, and in 2022, 2023, they're actually broader their conditions. You see that the variations of humidity are now in the broader range corresponding to this BISO group. And what we did in the same time, we were measuring acoustic emission, and they were also monitoring the energy consumption for the gallery. So here you can see the results. This is acoustic emission measured during this 2.25 of the year. And you can, I mean, the whole value, actually this is very little acoustic emission, so I'm not even sure if this value really corresponds to actual microcracking, but it was as much as we can take from this data. And it corresponds to 3.4 square millimeter of the possible increase of the crack surface. But the more important thing for me is that there is no any correlation between the acoustic emission measured and the climate variations, which actually means that there is no cause-effect relationship between the climate and those microcracking. So the conclusion from that is nothing. Like we didn't observe any adverse effect of this conditions to the objects. And secondly, during this process, they were measuring energy consumption, and you can see original energy strategy and the results of this change, the new strategy, and the difference is 5 times. That's huge. And I would like to insist that we should not think that just broadening range from 45 to 55 to 40–60 is going to result in 5-time reduction of the energy. No. What had happened during this time, they make a huge modification of their operation. So they refurbished their system, fair enough, but also they changed the operation from the 1 set point system to 2 set point system. So they created a dead band between those ranges, and in fact, so combination of all those things helped them to create this huge energy savings. But still, I would argue that it would be absolutely impossible if they will not extend those ranges, because this extending of ranges and the safety of doing that gave them this wiggling room, this possibility to implement the new way without, if they would like to keep this very narrow and try to do those, it will never work. So I don't have too much time to talk about it, but if you would like to, we already published an article in Studying Conservation describing the project, and the final presentation is going to happen in Lima during this fall. So if anybody will be there, you're very, very welcome. And you know, I see Ola is telling me to go, so I wanted to just like had some ideas about 1 minute, okay? I'm sorry. So, two things I would like to show. One is the conclusion for material science, because I think it's very helpful to think, for us to think how we can think what science tells us about safety of collection. And I could say that scientific evidence, which is the result of our work, but also huge collaboration with many people all over the world, shows that collections survive exceptionally well in conditions which are much wider than this traditionally assumed very narrow range, and that therefore the very tight control of temperature humidity is really not necessary for our collections, although I don't want to say that there are not specific objects which require very tight control of temperature and humidity. They just need to be treated in a different way without forcing whole the museum building to the very expensive and difficult schemes. And I wanted to make some updates of last years, but I see it was too long. That's fine, that's fair. I just want to share with you that in this year, in November, we are organizing a mechanical insight symposium. The title is the Mechanical Characterization of Historical Artistic Materials, Shaping the Future of the Museum Collection Preservations. The announcement, we already announced it, but we'll share more. Everybody is very welcome to submit your abstract, come to Los Angeles and talk with us about those issues. There is many topics, but specifically I would like to draw your attention to the development of a database tools for predicting physical change of the art objects and development of the knowledge-based strategies for environmental management. We are very much looking for those conversations. Thank you, and I'm sorry, it was not intentional.
Thank you very much, Michał. Your work is crucial in achieving a right balance between taking care of the objects and saving energy. I send special greetings to the translators, hoping that they are still alive. And now Lena Stoveland, who is working in the most important institute in Norway, dealing with art, conservation and research, the Norwegian Institute for Cultural Heritage Research. Presentation.
Thank you so much, Aleksandra. I want to echo Mark's words. I'm so happy to be here today, and thank you for bringing me to Cracow. It's really a beautiful city, and I hope to be back again very soon. Lena Stoveland. I'm a paintings conservator and researcher at NICU, the Norwegian Institute for Cultural Heritage Research in Oslo, Norway. And the NICU is a private independent research institution of around 120 employees. And we perform large and small projects on behalf of private and public sectors. And we get a very small percentage of state support for our work, around 15%. And the rest is generated from income generated through external projects. Our team is very interdisciplinary. It consists of archaeologists, conservators, art historians, architects, engineers, and other heritage professionals. So as I mentioned, I'm a paintings conservator and part of the conservation team, together with 17 other conservators and researchers. We work with a wide range of polychrome cultural heritage objects, such as wall paintings and easel paintings. And we are specialized in church art and painted wood, mostly located in historic churches. And this includes medieval art, 16th, 17th, and 18th century art, and art of more recent date. So there's quite a lot of wall and ceiling decorations in old Norwegian churches that are painted in distemper paint. And that is a water-soluble matte paint that behaves quite similar to gouache paint. but it is composed of an animal glue binder and a pigment, and often chalk is one of the main components. And distemper paint is very sensitive to airborne and waterborne soiling and fluctuating indoor climate. So it is important to emphasize that NICU doesn't actually have its own collection or manage a particular set of buildings, but we are hired by private and public clients, like the Norwegian Directorate of Cultural Heritage, to give advice or to carry out conservation treatment, among many other things. We work with interior and art in buildings all over Norway, sometimes in very remote locations on the west coast of Norway or above the Arctic Circle, which is indicated by the white stipulated line here. As all of us are now very much aware of, we are facing a time where the environment is changing, with more extreme weather and both higher winter and summer temperatures. And more frequent and longer periods of heavier rainfall. And this is already starting to affect the condition of our cultural heritage. And it's therefore an urgent need in Norway, as in all other parts of the world, to implement measures to help reduce and adapt to the effects of climate change. NICU has been involved in several projects exploring the effects of climate change on cultural heritage and mitigating risks. And I will only mention a few of these now, beginning with MECON, mitigating measures for cultural heritage from natural and anthropic extreme hazards, which was led by conservator Nina Kjeldsen-Janes and has resulted in a guideline for disaster preparedness and planning for historic buildings and cultural environments. An ongoing project is Klimamove, or long-term monitoring of climate change impacts on historic buildings, which was commissioned by the Norwegian Directorate of Cultural Heritage and is now led by architect Bjørg Agersøster. It is a collaboration between NICU and MECO team, which is a business that specializes in mold growth and biodeterioration. So in this project, 45 old and vulnerable buildings all over Norway were selected, and the monitoring campaign is planned to take place over 50 years to explore the effects of slow changes in climate change on the condition of these heritage buildings. An important part of the project is to monitor biodeterioration related to climate change. So microclimatic biodeterioration monitoring panels, as the one you see on your right, were developed specifically to measure relative humidity and temperature, moisture content, and to monitor new mold growth on the wooden pieces as a result of more humid outdoor conditions. In each building, a small selection of areas with existing damage that are likely to have been caused by an unfavorable climate are documented and checked during each building inspection. So inspired by this, we started a small research project this year on monitoring microclimates and mold growth on interior painted surfaces. So here we are making pilots of painted biodeterioration monitoring panels, which will include triplicates of bare wooden blocks, painted wooden blocks, and painted canvas. And we also include naturally aged painted wood and canvas collected from flea market objects. So we are planning to make 4 panels to begin with. One we will place in our conservation studio that has a fairly stable climate, and we will use that as a reference. 2 of the panels will be placed in a medieval church with a known mold problem, and 1 will be placed in a humidity chamber with constant high relative humidity. And I will talk more about this project in the upcoming InArt conference in Oslo in June, and I hope to see some of you there. I also want to mention a few past projects where both NICU and the Polish Academy of Sciences have been involved, among others. Such as the Friendly Heating Project, the Cost Action Project, Wood Science of Cultural Heritage, and Symbol, Sustainable Management of Heritage Buildings in a Long-Term Perspective. The background or backdrop for some of this research is the changed heating regime in historic churches. Churches from the Middle Ages and up to a certain time were originally not installed with any form of heating, meaning that the interior climate largely reflected the outdoor climate and fluctuated with the natural changes of the seasons. A large portion of the challenges with the indoor climate-related damages in these Norwegian churches started with the installation of electrical heating, which in Norway first began in the early 1900s. From then on, conservators noted that the frequency of climate-related damages seemed to increase. Heating churches to human comfort temperatures, especially in winter season, may lower the relative humidity levels so low that it may cause irreversible drying damage to vulnerable objects, including cracks, flaking paint, and paint loss. In 1996, NICU conservators Tone Marie Olstad and Mille Stein wrote a report suggesting that both the condition of the art and interior and the energy consumption could be improved if the heating was lowered to levels that were closer to the non-heated historical climate of these buildings. And the idea of the importance of the historical climate on the condition of objects have been a central concept in conservation for years and was further developed by Dario Camufo and the Friendly Heating Project, among others. So historical climate can be defined as the climatic conditions in a microenvironment where a cultural heritage object has always been kept or has been kept for a long period of time and to which it has become acclimatized to. One of the goals of the Friendly Heating Project was to contribute to preserve artworks as close as possible to their historical climate while providing compatible comfort heating for the congregation. And one of the solutions that were suggested were local heating, where the strategy is to direct the heat to where the people are seated rather than to heat up the whole room and the air around the vulnerable objects. Local heating has been seen as the best, often been seen as the best compromise, and the strategy has in many ways been adopted as part of the advice that NICU gives to church owners. However, we see that there is a need for more work to find or establish good guidelines to the users on how to actually carry out these kind of measures in listed buildings. Based on a Norwegian context, Tone Marie Olstad and co-authors wrote in a paper from 2020 that, I quote, "In general, the current conservation state of distemper 17th century paintings in unheated churches is better than those found in heated churches. When comparing the conservation state of medieval art in heated and in unheated churches, this also holds true. This demonstrates the effect of approved fluctuation that over the centuries is caused by natural slow climate change and normal building use with passive systems." End of quote. The approved fluctuation concept was first defined by Stefan Michalski and the Canadian Conservation Institute as the largest relative humidity and temperature fluctuations on objects has been exposed to in the past. And the idea is that the risk of new damage caused by environmental conditions are very small if they are kept below the fluctuating magnitudes that they have acclimatized to. And this concept is therefore relevant for the guidelines we give about safe ranges for cultural heritage objects. Some of these ideas are reflected in the indoor climate and heating guidelines that the Directorate of Cultural Heritage and the employer organization for churches in Norway give to their clients. The current recommendations are to keep the continuous heating levels low at around 5 to 10 degrees Celsius and the comfort heating as low as possible, preferably below 16 degrees. Though this has often not been seen as realistic. Churches should be heated for as short intervals and as few times as possible during the year. The idea behind these recommendations is to keep the indoor climate as close to the historical climate as possible. However, because of the felt need for higher comfort temperatures, it has proven difficult for the users of the buildings to actually follow this advice, and the temperature is often set much higher than what is ideal for most objects. The current guidelines are also actually from 2008, which is already some years ago, and there is a need for updating aspects of the text. For example, the guidelines still quote the Thomson's museum environment and the 50% relative humidity plus minus 5% as an ideal for most objects, or at least for painted wooden objects. However, the strict 50% relative humidity range was never intended for objects located in these types of buildings. And because of the unique damage treatment and climate history of each object and the context in which they are stored influence how they actually respond to the environment, the conservation community is slowly moving away from recommending specific set point or ranges and instead evaluate risk based on observations in each specific context and on evidence-based research about object response. As part of the Symbol project, appropriate environmental conditions were also discussed, and the project involved monitoring campaigns and changes in condition to wooden objects in two Norwegian stave churches, Ringebu Stave Church and Herdal Stave Church. And one of the techniques that were used were acoustic emission carried out by the Jerzy Haber Institute. In extension of the recent developments within the field of preventive conservation, I just want to draw attention to two recent publications by the Getty Conservation Institute. The first one is Tools for the Analysis of Collection Environments, which gives a very nice overview and introduction to tools for the analysis and visualization of indoor and outdoor climate data and between different environments. The tools presented includes HERE-E, which Łukasz Bratasz will talk more about later, and the GCI tools developed by Vincent Beltran, among others. I really want to implement and use these types of tools to a greater extent into our own work at NICU in order to help evaluate risk and visualize climate data from historical buildings. And the other publication is Managing Collection Environments, which gives a very good and holistic presentation of approaches to preservation that also considers the wider goals of sustainability. And this was published in 2024. One of the editors of this book is my colleague at NICU, Joel Taylor, who is currently involved in a project together with GRIEG-Culture, which is a global organization that works towards making the cultural sector more sustainable. And he is also involved in the EU-funded Go Green project, which aims to develop processes and tools for incorporating green thinking into different practices. So green thinking basically comes down to making sustainable choices every day. And one of the most quoted definitions of sustainability is meeting the needs of the future without compromising the ability for future generations to meet their own needs. At NICU, which is a medium-sized organization, we have a climate and environmental strategy based on UN's Agenda for Sustainable Environments. And it describes goals for reducing and handling waste, energy consumption, materials and food consumption, and transport. And I see that we have a long way to go before actually achieving the goals set, but at least NICU has started the process towards creating a greater awareness about our own carbon footprint. As I mentioned, one way to help churches reduce their carbon footprint and energy consumption can sometimes be to advise to lower the heating levels. In many cases, this also helps reduce risk on cultural heritage and reducing drying damage to them. And in this case, it's a win-win situation. However, with the more frequent and longer periods of heavier rainfall, together with an increase in temperature, we are also witnessing what seems to be an increase in reported cases of mold growth and biodeterioration in churches. Here is an example of mold growth on a canvas painting from Nykirke Church, and on a portrait of a priest in Andebu Church, where the mold is actually going in between the craquelure or crack pattern of the paint, which is the first time I've seen happening before. Andeby Church is also, is also part of a pilot project that I'm currently involved in. The project is a collaboration between the startup technology company Bevart and NICU, and it aims to help improve current approaches to monitoring and evaluating microclimate in listed Norwegian churches. The backdrop for this project is a large amount of church art every year that is in bad condition and that undergoes large and expensive conservation campaigns, either by treating the objects in the church in themselves or by transporting the objects to the conservation studio in Oslo. The issue has been that the objects undergo expensive conservation treatments and are then returned back to the same bad indoor environment as before the treatment, and this has often resulted in new damages occurring after only a few years following the treatment. Another challenge is that there isn't really any systematic program for monitoring the indoor climate in these churches. Very few of these buildings have permanent logger systems with sensors that are located in relevant areas close to the church art. Again, NICU as an institution are not responsible for managing or making decisions about these buildings, but we are sometimes hired to give advice, to monitor climate, or to carry out conservation treatments or other work. So the most common practice for logging microclimates near church art in NICU so far has been to use battery-based data loggers with eternal memory and placing them at selected spots in the church for 1 year only. Ideally, we would like a more permanent and real-time monitoring system where the sensors are less visible and placed close to the objects to be able to monitor small variations and differences between the microclimates. We have seen that the indoor climate measured near HVAC systems or other often is very different from the microclimates near the objects that are ultimately affecting their condition. As an alternative, we are now testing sensors developed by Disruptive Technologies, which is a sensor that is very small in size, only 2 square centimeters. The producer states that they have up to 10 years battery life, and they normally has an accuracy around ±3% relative humidity, but the accuracy is lower above 80% and below 20% relative humidity. So ideally, the accuracy could be better for these sensors. So we chose 2 medieval stone churches to pilot the microclimate monitoring. Both have had challenges with the indoor climate, and Skinn Church especially is located in a very remote part on the west coast of Norway with difficult weather conditions and a poor cellular network connection. And this building was chosen to explore how the technology would perform under quite challenging conditions. So we decided to test the sensors in triplicates, meaning for each location near the church art, 3 sensors are placed right next to each other to evaluate the precision of the sensors. So the first case study is Skinn Church, which is a stone building built around 1100s, and it houses a beautiful altarpiece, an epitaph from the 17th century, and 3 medieval sculptures, among other things. It is located in the remote island of Skinn, near the open sea, and it has a dramatic mountainous backdrop. The church is only heated during the summer, and it is only used during the summer and is normally not heated. Past indoor climate data has shown long periods of relative humidity over 90% and sometimes as much as 100%, so a very humid indoor climate. And despite of this, there hasn't been so far any observations or reported challenges of mold growth in this church, which is good. On the other hand, there has been large challenges with damages to the church art, such as loose and delaminating flaking paint and wood-boring insects. The altarpiece has been treated by conservators several times to secure the paint, but new damages occur only after a few years' time. So to monitor small changes in microclimate, sensors were attached in front and on the reverse of this altarpiece, and in 2 different heights to explore temperature gradients. What is quite unusual about our approach is that the sensors are actually mounted on the painted surfaces themselves, with only an intermediate protective layer of Japanese facing tissue secured with methyl cellulose. And that is, of course, to protect the surfaces from the sensors. Sensors were also mounted on the outside of the building to compare the local outdoor climate with that of the indoor climate. The other building I want to mention is Andebu Church, which is a heated medieval church located in inlands of southern Norway and houses a medieval baptismal front and a beautiful Dutch panel painting from the 1500s, among other things. The panel painting is painted by the Dutch painter Pietre Aronson or his workshop, and it hangs on the south wall between 2 windows. In 2022, the church had an outbreak of xerophilic mold growth, which is a mold that thrives at relative humidity levels below 70%. The mold was found inside the organ of the church, on the front of the panel painting, as seen here, and on the complete reverse of the panel painting. Tape lifts from the painting were analyzed, and the mold was identified as the xerophilic Aspergillus pensiloides, which Danish researcher Camilla Juel Bastholm has reported to be able to grow at relative humidity levels as low as 58%. As I briefly mentioned earlier, mold was also found on the front and reverse of this canvas painting, which was selected for testing the sensors. Since the sensors were installed 7 months ago, we see that mold growth has become even more severe, and the painting is now in great need of conservation and of finding ways of reducing the indoor humidity in the church as soon as possible. And for those who wonder, we are not planning on having these sensors permanently installed on this painting. It is only part of this pilot project and will be removed in a few months' time. Andebu Church is an example of a church where the cause of the mold outbreak is not actually that clear. In this particular case, it seems like the rainy and warm summers have been increasing, and there's been more days of rain every summer now, and that has been a contributing factor to why the mold threshold probably have been crossed now and not before. In situations like these with too high relative humidity, it can be difficult to find a balance between sustainability and reduced energy cost and reduced damage to objects. And a solution here might be to install a dehumidifier or increase the airflow around the objects and interior, which is more likely to increase the energy use. But whether the issue is too high or too low relative humidity, it is important to monitor microclimates to better understand how and if small changes in relative humidity affect the condition of these objects. So with this system, we can now monitor the climate in these churches from our offices in Norway, which is a great advantage in terms of saving time and resources compared to traveling to the churches and checking and downloading the logger data manually. So I hope these slides have demonstrated some of the environmental challenges that we and cultural heritage are facing in a Norwegian context. And I want to thank Tone Marie Olstad, Kjersti Ellefsen, and my other colleagues at NICU. And I want to thank you guys for listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lena. Many issues that you have touched are also important and happens to historic sites in Poland. So I guess that we will continue discussion during the coffee break. And I guess that we all deserved for the coffee break now. It is here on the ground floor. We will go through this door that I'm pointing out. And if this is fine for you. We are a little bit running late, but it would be great if we could strictly meet at 11:50. 11:50. All right, so see you soon. presentations. Please have a seat. Okay. So now I would like to introduce the real host of the whole event, Łukasz Bratasz, thanks to whom the whole thing happened. He had energy to bring all the people from different fields together and to write the grant application and to get the grant and to make us all working on it and have a result. So thank you so much, Łukasz, for
Hola, thank you very much for accepting scientists.
It's wonderful to work with you. Okay, so now Łukasz will have his presentation on what do we know about objects.
Vulnerability to environmental variations.
Exactly.
Good morning, everyone. This is the exact topic of my presentation. And first of all, I would like, but I think it's obvious from previous presentation, why this issue is important. Because we know that energy consumptions in museums are very high. This is a graph showing the energy consumption normalized to the square meter of the museum footprint in more than 150 museums all over the world, but more or less in the same climate zone like Northern Europe, area of New York, Boston, Chicago. And as you can see here, that energy varies a lot, but we are very far from the target, which is the climate neutral museum, which is planned by European Commission to be achieved in 2030. So there is a lot of, so the issue is important of vulnerability because we need to make a conscious decision about the environmental control and climate control in museums. How do we answer the question about what is safe, what is not safe for the objects? There are three approaches. One approach is typical for engineers. We need to just understand the mechanical behavior of the system. And engineers just, for example, when they design the bridge, they know the material properties and design the bridge properly to carry the given load. The another approach is based on the acclimatization concept, which already Lena mentioned. It was coined by the Stefan Michalski also as a proof fluctuation concept. And finally, we can use very precise and non-destructive methods for damage development tracing. And in this way, we can answer about the safety of particular objects or particular site. I will focus attention on the first approach now. And contrary to engineers designing the bridge, we as a people who work in the cultural heritage field, we don't really know material properties. The object, first of all, we don't know the materials of old historical materials, but also there are thousands of objects of different construction. Artists experimented with the materials they used. Those objects came from very different locations with different environmental history. So we are in very different situation, in fact, than engineers. So what we do, and Marion Mecklenburg from Smithsonian Institution, he proposed the approach to answer the question of what is safe, what is not safe, by defining the most vulnerable to environmental variation object, virtual object, which we call the worst case scenario. And if the climate variation are safe for this worst case situation, this climate variation are safe for all other objects in our collection. And here you can see the graph showing material properties for just a short selection of the materials tested. And here you have thermal expansion coefficient, and here you have moisture expansion coefficient at 50% of relative humidity. And you see that largest difference between expansion coefficients is between the wood cut in tangential direction, which has very large expansion coefficient, and the gesso layer, which is animal glue-based granite, which has very small coefficient of moisture expansion. Additionally to that, we know that the gesso, animal glue-based ground, is also very brittle material, so it cracks at very small deformations. And here you can see the curve which shows the stresses which arise when we deform, when we extend, when we stretch the samples at end of gesso, and when we stretch the gesso at high relative humidities, gesso is quite flexible, ductile, but at low relative humidities, gesso is very brittle and it cracks at very small critical strain. Strain is the measure of deformation of the object. So, body of scientific research results which are published in the scientific literature, in the studies in conservation and other materials, shows that more or less plus minus 10% of relative humidities are safe range for the most of the objects. And this is based on the worst case approach proposed by Marion Mecklenburg. In the Go Green, sorry, not Go Green, in the GRIEG-Craquelure project, we also tested other materials and we determined properties I will show in a moment of old oily paints and also of tempera paints, and they are even more brittle. So when we use the worst case approach, we determine very tiny, narrow range of safe variation, which are very impractical and cannot be true because, in fact, we observe the objects which survived remarkably well in unstable environments to our time. And there is a question, why the risk of mechanical damage is often overestimated? As already I have mentioned, the climate control has been introduced around a century ago to the museum. The first museum which installed the HVAC system was Museum of Fine Arts in Boston in 1908. But most of the objects which are now in the museums, they were stored for centuries in unstable environments. Here I'm showing the climate for two basilicas because we discussed yesterday, members of our panels are also from OPD, and we discussed the consequences of scientific research for objects which are stored also in Italian churches. And here you can see the climate from the Church of Santa Maria Gloriosa dei Frari in Venice. And here there is our Cracow's example. Yesterday we visited Wajstos altarpiece and we heard about the preservation of the object and lack of new damages to the Wajstos altarpiece caused by the environmental variation. But what you can see here, that all these climates are very unstable. They are, of course, in Poland churches are more humid than in Italy, but they are both outside of any class of the climate control. But as I mentioned, objects survived in these churches for centuries. Also, I had been head of the laboratory at the National Museum in Krakow for 7 years, and we performed several investigations of the Leonardo painting, which for decades were stored in the historical palace of climate control according to ASHRAE specification of the lowest possible class. I'm also showing the photograph of Karol Streicher, the liaison officer who brought with the monuments man who brought the object from Munich. But I want to show you this picture because he exposed the painting in the full sunlight in completely uncontrolled environment. And laboratory I had it, we carried out the measurement, macrophotography of the object every few years, and we tried to trace and observe any damage development. And you can see the two photographs taken in the span of 10 years. We digitized and binarized the system and played the game, find the difference. And we couldn't find any difference even with the help of the computer. I have no time to speak about the non-destructive method which was used, which is laser interferometry, and we tried to find any delamination in the painting, and we couldn't find delamination in this painting. Of course, such an expensive research can be done only for particular objects because they are time-consuming, they require quite complex equipment, and it cannot be just for practical reason repeated for all objects. So there are more important statistical research results which are performed using simple methods by, for example, comparing photography, historical photography with the current state of the preservation. And to my knowledge, the largest statistical evaluation was performed by the Rijksmuseum. And we will hear the speaker, one of the speakers today will be the person who carried out those research results. And they evaluated 370 panel paintings, decorated oak panel paintings and panel paintings, and they found no new damages, and HVAC system was introduced to the Rijksmuseum in the late 70s of 19th century. The largest statistical information which exists in, to my knowledge, which was published in a recent report of the government indemnity scheme of UK. So UK government insures the objects which are on loan within the UK system. And after 12 years of existence of the scheme, they publish report. And as you can see, and in total, more than 300 indemnities were issued. Almost 30,000 objects were indemned, and total value of the indemnity was £22 billion. And the question is, what are the claims due to unstable environment? And there is no claims to unstable environment. This graph shows the percentage of the claims. Mainly are damages caused due to the handling, losses, theft, vandalism, and fire. And yesterday with the experts, we discussed that probably tiny damages, blistering of paint layers, they wouldn't be reported to the indemnity, and there would be no claims. But anyway, we know that there is any big damages to such objects which were indemned within last 12 years in UK. So our project, we wanted to understand why we observe this inconsistency between the worst case scenario and the observation that damage development, in fact, is quite rare in the historical buildings with reasonably stable environment. And the question, and our opinion, is existence of the craquelures in the paintings, or generally in objects. So contribution input of the GRIEG-Crquelure project, which just ends within the 1 week, is that we deliver new information about the material properties like oil paints, tempera paints, animal glue, base grounds, glue-sized canvas, and also some conservation materials. We also develop three-dimensional physical model of the panel and canvas paintings, and we use them to evaluate the vulnerability of objects with developed craquelure pattern to environmental variations. We also experimentally validated those models, and we confirmed the model's predictions. So I will start with the first part, with the determination of the material properties. And here you can see the graph, which is quite complex, and I will try to explain it. So this graph shows properties of oil paints, and this properties, which is called strain at break, is a measure of the brittleness. So when we go down here, the material is more and more brittle. Here there's a modulus of elasticity, so when we go right, we have stiffer and stiffer materials. As you can see here, there is data for many oil paints, and I'm showing the number here's only two which are associated with the lead white, because this is of course one of the most important paint, but the numbers means time of aging in years. So 1.6, which means 2 months, 1/4 is 3 months, 1 year, 10 year, 14, 15, 19, and 31. These samples were created in 90s, so they are now 30 years, more than 30 years old, and they are from the Marion Mecklenburg's reference collection of paints at Smithsonian Institution, and these data were obtained by our group. So what we can see here, that with time of aging, paints become brittle, and also they become stiffer. This is something which I'm sure most of conservators knows, but we determine and we can observe, we can determine the values and we can observe the trends. Also what we observe, because these paints were casted on the polyester, they are bent now, and from the bending we can determine the shrinkage. For the lead white, we determined that after 30 years, the shrinkage of this oil paint is around half percent. But when we evaluated using micro CT tomography, the structure of the painting from the 19th century, from the sample from the 17th century from the National Gallery in Washington, we can observe that already there's a lot of cracks in the lead white paint, and we calculated the free volume of this paint, and we know that there is 9% of the shrinkage of 400 years old paint. Within the GRIEG-Craquelure project, for the first time in the history, we determined material properties of the egg tempera paints, and as you can see, just after casting preparation, they become very brittle and also very stiff. And this was achieved by the wonderful work of two of my colleagues, Aleksandra Hola and Kasia Poznańska, who worked for years to produce samples which are very brittle and which could be measured in the scientific equipment. And without their engagement initiative, it wouldn't be possible. So I think this is very strong input of the Polish conservation science to global knowledge about the material properties of historic materials. Here you can see when we add the animal glue-based grounds to this graph, we again see that they are quite brittle and quite stiff. But please, what I want to return to the fact that during the aging, oil paints shrink. And this is, of course, the reason why we observe a lot of cracks. In cracks, most of the cracks in these paintings are not because of the environmental instabilities, but because of the natural aging of oil paints. During the chemical evolution, the small molecules are created in the painting, and the small molecules evaporate, and there is a loss of the mass of the paint. It was also shown by the research results. And when there is a loss of the mass, there is a shrinkage of the material. In the second aspect, we develop, as I already mentioned, we develop three-dimensional painting, model of the painting of the panel painting. We've developed Craquelure pattern, and we use it to determine the real impact of relative humidity variation on the object. Of course, this impact depends on the spacing between cracks. It depends on the thickness of the ground or paint layer. It depends on the type and the cut of wood, so on many issues. But I think the trends are more or less similar for most of the paintings. And I would like to show you what are the consequences of the modeling, and I selected just randomly this painting from the digital collection of the National Gallery in Washington, which is Master of Osservanza, the meeting on St. Paul and St. Anthony and St. Paul. And when we look at the close-up of this painting, I don't know if you can see it from the far, but there is a quite regular network of the rectangular craquelures, and we determine the distance between those cracks, and there are 3 millimeters between 3 cracks, so there is 1 crack every 1 millimeter, and this is tempera on poplar panel. Let's assume that the thickness, of course we don't know that for sure, but let's assume the thickness of the paint layer is 0.3 millimeter. So the ratio of the distance between cracks, which is 1 millimeter, to the thickness of the cracking layer, which is 0.3, is around 3. What are the consequences for the vulnerability? Quite dramatic, and to evaluate that, we developed a model. You can see here the computer model, three-dimensional. The thickness of the poplar panel was assumed that it's 2 centimeters. There is a rectangular network of cracks in the tempera paint. And we are looking if the new crack can be created in this tempera islands. And of course, we can freely change the dimensions or the distances between craquelures. And tempera paint, as already mentioned, is very brittle, even at high relative humidities. It has brittleness very close to the gesso layer, which is, let's say, 0.2% of deformation. So when we look at the research results, this research results shows the final RH level, which causes the cracking, additional crack creation in the painting as a function of the spacing between cracks expressed in millimeters. And here they are expressed in this distance between cracks to thickness ratio. And we evaluated 2 cuts of the wood, radial and tangential. We don't know exactly, probably it's some mixture, the real painting is somewhere in the middle. So if there is no cracks or cracks are very rare, the small humidity variation can cause cracking of the painting. And this is the worst case. So if there is no cracks at all, the object is susceptible to humidity variation. But when the cracks denizify, you need to have really very high relative humidity variation to produce new cracks. And this behavior, of course, the object loses the vulnerability to environmental variation when it is cracked. And as you remember, for our painting, the distance between cracks to the thickness ratio was around 3, and distance between cracks around 1. So you need to have very large humidity variation to produce new cracks. We also evaluated, of course, we didn't know exactly, because I just entered the website of the National Gallery. I didn't know the thickness of the panel, and we evaluated various thicknesses. And the worst case in this case is the thick panel cut in tangential direction. So again, when you look here at the right, so cracks are very rare, or there is no cracks. Very small variation can damage painting, let's say plus minus 8%. But when the cracks denizify, you can have 30% of humidity variation and nothing happens. Of course, this is the model which evaluates the cracks. And there was a question from the beginning, how the conservation impacts the vulnerability of objects which are already cracked. And in the acclimatization concept or proof fluctuation concept, Stefan Michalski was always saying that objects after conservation can lose the memory of the past environment. And my friend from the Landbos laboratory, Piotr Frączek, he was saying, it depends on which conservation, how you conserve the object, and he was very right. So here we also tested selection of the consolidation materials like Lascaux or Biva, and as you can see here, that these materials are very soft and they are also very flexible. So even if we conserve and we fill the cracks, they don't change the mechanical behavior. On the other extreme, we have the varnishes. When we varnish the object, this material is very stiff and also very brittle. It means that you fill the cracks. If you have the relative humidity variation, the varnish will crack first, but not the original material of the painting. So I'm going now to another model of the canvas paintings, which was developed by our colleague Marcin Bur, and this model is much more complex than the model of the canvas of the panel painting, because we cannot just model small part of the panel. We need to model entire geometry of the canvas paintings, and as you can see here, this size of it could be quite large. I will not present all materials properties which were inputted to the model, but you can believe me, we measured them and they are determined very well. I'm showing only one case. We tested Italian and Polish canvases. I'm showing one case which changed a little bit the the picture of the mechanism of damage of the canvas paintings. Marion Mecklenburg was always saying that at high relative humidity, the canvas shrinks. And you can see here, there is when you change relative humidity, there is a moisture-related strain, so deformation, and there is a shrinkage. But when you size it with the glue, animal glue, the animal glue is so stiff that it overrides the response of the painting, and the dots shows the response of the size canvas paintings. We don't observe, and we tested several methods of application of the glue. It was done by or Piotr Frączek or Spanish conservators or Danish conservators, and we never could observe the shrinkage at high relative humidity. And of course, in literature, there is information that there are canvases which are called even shrinkers, but they are after lining. And what we obtained from our modeling, we obtained the stress distribution. This is just an example of the stress distribution of the painting, which was subjected to quite large humidity variation from 80 to 30. And you can see here that there is a stress concentration in the corners, and these areas are endangered by the cracking. But in the middle of the paintings, the stresses are released because just the stretcher is put inward to the painting by the canvas. When we start humidity variation for 50% and we go even to 10%, we cannot produce new cracks, or we cannot produce the stresses are below the critical value. We need to assume that the object is stress-free at very high relative humidity, and then when we go below 50%, then the damage can develop. But this model didn't have a cracks yet, and we added cracks here in the corner. Cracks goes perpendicular to the diagonal of the painting, and we evaluated what is the impact of these cracks, and of course cracks release the stresses, and we could determine in the model the distance between cracks and compare it with, for example, the real painting. In this case, the painting was from the Yale Center for British Art, and Mark Aronson was so kind that he gave us all details about the paint layer and so on, so we could reflect the model or mimic the model or adopt the model to the reality. And we could determine not only distance between cracks, but the cracked areas. And this real painting was quite complex because there was a crossbar inside, and we had to, of course, include that in our model. And fortunately, there is very good high-quality X-rays of the paintings. And as you can see here, there are, can you see those cracks which go perpendicular to the diagonal? And the research results or modeling results agree very well with the observation. But it's easier for me to show on this graph the comparison with the results obtained by the comparison of the prediction of our model with the previous work done on the mock-ups by Marion Mecklenburg again. And the red bar here shows the distance which we predicted from the model. It agrees perfectly with the observation, but we predicted the area of which is cracked in the corner due to humidity variation should be a little bit larger. But in general, we can say that there is a very good agreement of our model with the real observation of the cracks. Also, we started experimental validation of the canvas paintings models. We subjected them to tens of cycles, sometimes between 20 and 90 cycles, extreme humidity variation between 90 and 15% of relative humidity. The mock-ups were prepared according to the book, The Perfect Ground, by the Martia Stolz-Witlocks, and they were prepared by the practicing conservator. It was or Piotr Frączek or Laura Fuster-Lopez, and international experts and Hola were helping us to discuss how to prepare samples and so on. And we prepare more than 30 canvas mock-ups of various canvases, Polish, Italian, open, close with various methods of size application, various sizes of the wooden stretcher, with or without grant, with tempera, and so on. And very few tiny damages could be observed after 90 cycles. Sometimes we didn't bring, yesterday we discussed with the experts, sorry, at my age I cannot see the cracks, they are so tiny. But using the microscope you can see them. And for example here, you cannot see it, but we mark that there are some cracks in between. So to conclude, I would say, I would like to say that the craquelures explain why objects survive so well in the environmental conditions, because all of them, unstable environmental conditions, because all of them, they have cracks. And the cracks lower significantly vulnerability of vulnerability to environmental variations. What else I wanted to say? That it's very difficult to, in fact, to produce cracks in the canvas paintings. So the risk of the cracking of the canvas painting due to environmental variation is small. Of course, we observe cracks in the canvas painting, but as I mentioned, I think that they are caused by the drying of the drying shrinkage of the oil paints. I'm not saying with this presentation that you can relax climate from 10% to 90%, because there are other processes which are really affecting the objects. There is a chemical degradation. We have heard from Lena, there is a biological degradation, there is a corrosion and so on. But at least there is a lot of evidence that object doesn't require such stable environment as we previously thought. And this conference in general is not about promoting any sustainable solution or green solution. It's only about the open discussion about the decision-making process around about the climate, because the preservation has some also negative consequences on the world, and I think that this weather proves that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Łukasz. It's wonderful because you are delivering to us evidences so the conservators, curators can make decisions on what to do with the collection, save energy. Now we will have an online presentation. We have guests from the Art Council in England, Reyahn King and Anna Siddall. Can I ask you? Yeah, okay, I'll ask you for support.
Can you unmute?
Yes, can hear you, and we're here.
Hello, very nice to see you. Welcome in Cracow, and please, we are waiting for your presentation.
Arts Council England. Arts Council England manages, on behalf of the UK's government, an indemnity scheme that allows museums across the country to borrow significant and valuable items. And this helps communities, wherever they are, have access to world-class culture. The scheme saves about £100 million in insurance premiums, and without government indemnity, many ambitious exhibitions and loans would be financially unviable. The high volumes of indemnities and the low incident rate or claims mean that it's trusted by lenders and the government as underwriters. And all changes to the scheme need to be made in the context of retaining that trust. Having said that, the scheme was established in 1980. It was last reviewed in 2012. At that time, it was very paintings focused, but today people are wanting to borrow a much wider range of items. And also, there are far many more different types of museums wanting to borrow items as well. So we need to keep the scheme relevant and up to date. Recently, applicants had expressed concerns that the scheme's environmental conditions were meaning that they would be unable to take action to reduce their climate footprint. And therefore, as part of a look at the scheme's fitness for purpose and its relevance, the first element we looked at was the environmental conditions. So what organisations commit to, as you can see on the screen, is providing a level of environmental control appropriate to the care of objects. And we commissioned a desk-based review of the published evidence and current practice to explore whether the way the conditions for relative humidity, temperature, light, lux that apply under the scheme and the way they're interpreted remain fit for purpose. And we also wanted to identify potential actions that would make sure that we were reducing the scheme's climate footprint and impact. The desk research that we did identified that internationally more organisations are managing the relative humidity, temperature and light risks on a case-by-case basis, depending on the context of the exhibitions and objects. And perhaps unsurprisingly, it also highlighted that the greatest use in the government indemnity scheme, display and storage, and the greatest energy use is the mechanical control of the RH and temperature. As well as this, the work also surfaced a lack of clarity and lack of shared understanding of how the guidelines for the scheme are interpreted and applied. And so it flagged that the existing flexibility around appropriate relative humidity, temperature is not widely understood. And it also flagged that a lot of museums were using the guidelines in place of a collections care standard, which is not what it was intended for. We then took these findings and we tested them with museums to see whether it matched their experience and understand better what this thinking might mean in practice. Whatever we decide to go forward on has to work for the government as underwriter, it has to work for the museums to be able to put it into practice practically, and for Arts Council in terms of administering it has to be an appropriate process. Our conversations with the sector identified a number of gaps and things that we had further questions on. The fact that there is limited systematic evidence for the impact of different environmental conditions, parameters, or their removal. For example, we don't know whether the low claim rate and the fact that there are no claims associated with environmental conditions is because we have conditions in place, or because environmental conditions are not a significant risk factor. We found that some borrowers really like rules and having parameters to work to, and others want to be able to determine appropriate conditions themselves. And similarly, some think that having more flexibility will help them in terms of taking actions to minimise their climate footprint, whereas others could see the opposite happening. There are also a number of professional differences, and people are very different at their points in the journey and understanding how to balance various decision criteria. We found that the national government museums, places like the British Museum, the Exchequer-funded bodies, have a very different experience to those organisations that are charities, local authorities or universities. And there were also differences between long-term loans and temporary exhibitions. And the role of lender and the lender's requirements were often being conflated with the requirements for the government indemnity. Despite the contradictory nature of some of these findings, it did, however, result in some immediate actions. And these are measured, cautious actions, but focus on supporting people's ability to take action to reduce their climate footprint. This was rationalising the application process, simplifying the guidance, and securing, and we're still in the process of securing some additional support around collections care, and also the piece of work that Reyahn's going to talk about, that the Touring Exhibition Group are taking forward for us in terms of their research. So I'll hand over to Reyahn to introduce that.
Hello, my name's Reyahn King, and I'm going to be talking about a little bit about the research question that Arts Council England have commissioned Touring Exhibitions Group to do, and also a little bit about where we are, what the current state of play is. We started this research in February, and we won't be concluding till June, so it's a bit too early to share results. And it's also important to say that the Arts Council have been very clear with us that this is research to inform their next steps rather than research for publication. Having said that, we hope that we'll be able to socialise some of the results. And if anyone would like to be involved in the research, please contact me on the email there, director@teg.org.uk. If I may, I'll just say a couple of words about Touring Exhibitions Group. We are a sector support agency, and our focus is on developing the sector in all things exhibition. So we provide research, as exampled by this piece, but we also do, our main strands are we have an online exhibition marketplace where people can find exhibitions for their venues or put up exhibitions that they want to find venues for. We do a large programme of continuing professional development and training around exhibitions, and we have an annual mini conference focused very exclusively on exhibition making. And the next one is next week in Coventry. So having introduced Touring Exhibitions Group, I'll go on to my next slide and having set out the basis of the research. I thought it was important to give you some context. Some of it you will know already, but as part of this research, we just wanted to understand what people are aware of. And we're finding that people are, when I say people, I mean ex-museum professionals in the UK, but also to some degree internationally, are not as aware of sector initiatives around reducing the carbon impact of lending and borrowing, as you might expect. Nevertheless, the National Museums Directors Council, which is the UK's national collections and major regional museums together, committed to a statement at an event last year, which was called the NMDC Museums COP. And that statement included a commitment to use relevant collections, programs and exhibitions to engage audiences with the climate crisis and inspire them to positive action. And more relevant for us today, to introduce more sustainable collections management and to develop and implement decarbonisation plans which include relaxing carbon-hungry environmental parameters. And that was quite a big deal for the UK to have that absolute unanimous agreement by all of the museums in the room that this was something that they could sign up to. Likewise, the heads of conservation from the Institute of Conservation, who represent a wider group than the National Museums Directors Council, because they include galleries, libraries and archives in the UK, have also taken a very clear step to committing to a risk management approach to environmental requirements for collection materials. And in the context of Michael's earlier talk, this may seem a bit late, but as Anna said, in the UK, people have tended to be looking at standards as a way, interpreting guidelines as standards as a way to make decisions about loan requirements rather than taking a case-by-case basis. So this is an important statement in the UK context. And that's all about balancing the care of access to collections with the demands of sustainability. I think it's interesting that the conservation profession in the UK are pointing out that they can demonstrate that heritage preservation and sustainability are not mutually exclusive. And just a quick slide showing who has signed up to that statement. Organisations including the British Library, the National Portrait Gallery, Tate, V&A, but also somewhere an organisation like Historic Environment Scotland, who look after heritage sites in Scotland, and the National Trust likewise in England and Wales. You'll be familiar with the BISO Green Protocol, but it's worth a reminder in the context that the protocol has recognised that cultural institutions need to recognise the climate crisis and take action. And they're recognising that research has been carried out to unravel the complexities of material behaviour and environmental requirements. And current knowledge demonstrates that the adoption of broader environmental parameters does not compromise the safety of most collections, and therefore advocating a more nuanced determination derived from scientific research. And again, saying it's essential that institutions adopt a risk management approach that replaces the traditional focus. This is very carefully worded, is it not? Around the care of objects is paramount, and blanket conditions should no longer apply, and care does not assume air conditioning or high energy solutions. Part of our research is also looking at whether people are working to the BISO guidelines of 40 to 60 and 16 to 25, and part of our research in the UK anyway suggests that quite a lot of organisations are not aware of the refresh in September 2023. BISO, of course, also are working towards affirming shipping by sea, road or train as a future preferred option, affirming virtual couriering as safe and practical and the preferred option when moving objects, and working towards extending exhibition duration to unlock the international pattern of tours and reduce total carbon emissions from transport. As Touring Exhibitions Group, we get asked quite a lot about this. It's interesting that certainly in the UK, some organisations have continued a commitment to virtual couriering as a way to reduce the carbon impact of looking after objects on the move. Others have not continued since COVID. And there's quite a lot of interest in what's required. So obviously it's remote supervision. Training and preparation for both the courier and the host venue are really important to make it work. It's been acknowledged that condition checking is the most challenging aspect of the journey, and that needs good technical equipment at both ends of the lender and the borrower. And as the pattern of the day is suggesting, case-by-case assessment to decide what the conservation needs are, what the handling and display requirements are, the specific logistical challenges of both the journey and the venue. It's going to insurance can be a factor. And practical information coming from museums is that knowledge of the team and the venue by the lender is very important for allowing the confidence to do virtual careering. And a quick note on other transport alternatives, which again seem to be used by some and not even touching the awareness of some other organisations. Split and shared careering as options, shared and part loads, which the research is suggesting is something that people are perfectly happy to do, but that is actually quite hard to coordinate sometimes with the transport companies. Land travel where possible, air or sea freight. I've put a question mark around air or sea freight because the Science Museum group have been doing some risk estimation of carbon impact and recently assessed the options for sending an object by sea freight versus air to America, and found that actually because they would have wanted to condition the container, sending it by sea freight, they felt didn't actually have very much carbon benefit. So an interesting point, and one that I think is being demonstrated by all of your talks today, which is that data is really important, and that actually the average museum professional outside of conservation experts don't often have that data, and therefore feel a bit overwhelmed in terms of how to make decisions that are going to reduce carbon impact. Packing materials can be reusable, recyclable, and consider the carbon footprint of making those packing materials before they get to use point. And then I've added in a note just about team, because as with all carbon reduction and environmental thinking, you can't really separate out the kind of actual transport bit or the exhibition itself from all of the work that goes around it. And it's been found by a couple of organisations when they've been doing their carbon calculations about touring exhibitions that they're in danger of having a higher carbon impact because they're sending people back and forth to meetings rather than all of the carbon impact being necessarily in the transport of the object. So it's just a reminder really of the importance of data and a holistic approach to that data. So some early conclusions. There are a number of sector level statements, both nationally in the UK and internationally. And those statements of intention are very much around a risk-based approach to environmental requirements of objects sent on loan. However, there's a bit of a gap between those statements and their impact in terms of everybody being aware of them, and then an even bigger gap between awareness and acting as a result. Similarly, even within institutions, there's a suggestion that there's a bit of a theory gap between the theory and what people are signed up to, and actually making change to current practice within institutions. There are lots of reasons for that, including all the usual resistance to change reasons. There's very mixed continued use of virtual careering post-COVID, and there are, though, some experimental reductions going on across the UK in the extent and duration of the use of climate-controlled spaces. So particularly where people feel that that a space can be isolated from spaces which are currently being used to display objects, they are doing things like switching off the air conditioning. And as was said by an earlier speaker, that's also about cost, financial cost, as well as carbon impact. The biggest conclusion is that there's still a tendency to follow the rules by the average museum professional, and that tendency needs to be replaced by a bespoke consideration of objects' needs and a use of data before making decisions on-loan requirements. As I said, very interim conclusions, given the research is ongoing, but I hope that's been of interest. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. It was very interesting. Thank you for accepting our invitation, for sharing, the information about the project. And also, we are looking very much forward to learn about the outcomes when you're finished. It's not only UK, but it's about every museum. And, we would be very glad to learn more about the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, I think that you will not take part in our discussion. So if any of the audience would like to ask questions to our experts, now it's the good time. Michał.
Hello, Michał Łukomski, Getty Conservation Institute. I've got a question regarding the indemnity schemes in the different countries. Is there any collaboration looking at the different scheme and Europe, UK, between Europe, UK and US maybe, or is it just mostly focused now? Of course, your effort is focused on UK, but I wonder how it is working across countries.
At the minute, the UK scheme stands alone. There's obviously 4 UK governments that partner in that indemnity scheme. But yes, we are definitely, as we look to review it, open to how different countries approach it. It's quite different. I understand in different places. In the States, for example, it runs more like a couple of times a year. There's a much lower ceiling. But there are similar schemes in Canada and Australia as well, and Japan. So.
Yes, and if anyone would like to share information about schemes with us, we'd be very grateful because it's a useful comparator. A very interesting point was raised earlier this week, actually, with me, which is that the Canadian indemnity scheme does not state anything at all about parameters. It simply says that they should be, that the environmental decisions should be based on the expertise of the museums in question, which I thought was really interesting.
Another question? And when do you expect the results? Or?
Well, we're going to give the results to Arts Council in June, and I'm not quite sure when or how Arts Council feel that they're going to be sharing those. As I said, they're seeing these results as very much about informing potential future investigation and actions by Arts Council rather than as a public piece of work. Anna, do you want to say something about Arts Council's view?
I think you've summed it up in terms of we're waiting. We're very much waiting to see what comes out of it, and until we does it, we can't preempt it. So, yeah.
Anyone else? No more questions. Thank you so very much. A lot of data for us to process and to think about. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a nice afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be watching for the rest of the afternoon.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so now we are approaching lunch break. So one announcement, maybe in Polish because it's about delegations. Ci z Państwa, którzy mają do podbicia delegacje i chcieliby to zrobić, można podejść do 15 godziny do pokoju 116. I tam są dwie panie, pani Ania Knych i Zuzia Witkowska, które delegacje chętnie podbiją. But regarding the coffee break, it's almost 1 now. Only the organizers of the conference and experts, we are meeting outside the building, okay? And the rest of you, we are in the city center, so please find any place, restaurant to have a quick lunch. And we would be very grateful if you could join us back at 2:15, okay, sharp. 2:15, because we still have a lot to go and a lot of interesting topics to touch, so please be with us 2:15. Thank you. We are almost all in the room.
Great.
Okay, I guess whether we can start.
Okay.
We have a wonderful treat as Paul van Duin accepted our invitation to give a presentation on our conference. Thank you so much, Paul.
You're welcome.
Paul will speak about the Rijksmuseum, how is it saving the energy. So please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Aleksandra. It's a great pity I can't be with you today. I'm retired, but next 3 days there will be a big conference in Amsterdam about furniture conservation, and it was a bit difficult to combine the two things together. Probably also from a carbon footprint point of view, it's better to do it from home, but it's a great pity I can't be with you today. I'll tell you in this presentation about what we are doing in the Rijksmuseum on saving energy. In 2019, we started a climate working group to explore ways to save energy by having a more sustainable museum climate. We already knew from previous research that it should be possible to relax the climate specifications we had in the Rijksmuseum. I thought it would be very good to combine that with also trying to run the installations more efficiently. And we managed to get a combination of me as a furniture conservator, Lisette Vos as a picture conservator, Briek Sibbing and Gert Engberts as installation engineers, and since then also Rianne Luijmers, who did her PhD on a previous research project called Climate for Wood, and Jan Doorscheit, who is also a furniture conservator and who's taking over my place in a climate working group. I think this collaboration is extremely important. You already heard this morning how complex it is and how many different specialities and people are involved. So it's very good to talk together and to explore ways and to understand each other's concerns and explore possibilities to save energy. So the questions we asked ourselves was, how can we achieve a more sustainable climate? How do we find out what objects can tolerate? Well, you heard about that this morning, that a lot of research is being done, but it's still difficult to pinpoint if a specific object can tolerate more or less climate fluctuations. Also, what risks are we prepared to take? I think that's extremely important, and I think a role to really be careful about that, not just to try to limit all the risks, because that is, in my opinion, not very sustainable, but really to look at objects and to see when did damage take place, and to take a more broader view in climate specifications. And then it's important to know how much energy we actually can save.
If I may, excuse me, Paul, the slides are not changing, no?
No, I'm still
all right, sorry.
talking about this slide.
I'm very sorry.
I hope the slides are... Sorry. Yeah. Okay, that's very strange. Sorry. I'm not sure what is happening.
Yes, now it has changed.
Now it has changed?
Yes.
Okay. To climate work.
Third one. You are on the third one.
Okay.
Yes, but you could please press the full screen. Yes, it's not working, the full screen.
when I look at the YouTube, it's still the first slide. I don't understand what's happening.
YouTube is delayed a little bit, but you know it's fine. Now we see the third slide. It can
Okay.
also stay like this. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. And okay, but I can't see the slide now, so that's the problem. What do I do? My God. Hold on, 1 minute. Sorry about this.
Don't worry.
Climate change takes a long time. I think climate getting a more sustainable climate takes time, and presentations also. I'm always there. Okay. So you can see the third slide now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll move on to the next slide. Is that working? Do you have the next slide now?
No, we still see the third one.
Can you see the next slide now?
Okay, now we cannot see your presentation.
No, I've stopped it. Yeah, I'm starting it again.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes, the fourth slide.
Okay. So Michael already spoke about the history of how climate specifications internationally changed, and the Rijksmuseum is not an exception in that. Until 2003, before we started the big renovation, the climate specifications were very strict, 52 plus or minus 2%, and people felt very safe with that. But the engineer said, well, we can't really work with that for the new Rijksmuseum because we would have to make enormous installations, and the walls would get very damp and might have damage when it starts freezing outside. And so after long discussions, we broadened the specifications for the new Rijksmuseum, also with seasonal fluctuations. You can see the figures there. And with the climate working group, one of our first achievements was that we managed to get museum-wide support for the BISO Green Protocol, which you've already heard in earlier lectures this morning, which is slightly wider than the specifications that we had, especially in summer and winter. The humidity and temperature can be slightly higher or lower. And we were very pleased that that was acceptable for everybody. And we thought we could make a very quick win by making the same specifications for all buildings, because I wasn't really aware of that, but all buildings have different climate specifications. I don't know what's the cause of that, but we thought, well, we can make it all the same. For instance, our atelier building, where we have all our conservation studios, but also the laboratories of the Dutch Cultural Heritage Agency, and the University of Amsterdam has a master in conservation and restoration there. Climate is very strict, and we thought we could broaden that, but to actually change that has not yet been done, because the software for that has to be completely rewritten, and it's very complicated. So I thought the most difficult was to get everybody united on the BISO specifications, but it's actually much more difficult to put that in practice. Another thing which was complicated was that our registrars said, yeah, if we have broader loan specifications, people might not want to give loans to us, and so that's also had to be a careful project, which they're still working on. I hope the slides are changing.
Yes.
So first of all, what we have done in the Rijksmuseum with adapting installations, and it was something which was already started before we started with the climate working group, was to connect the underground hot and cold storage system of the main building, which was built during the renovation, to extend that to the ateliergebouw. You see that in the on the picture in the lower right corner, and also to the office building next door, where the directors and part of our museum staff is housed. That was quite a complicated thing, because it had to be drilled underground, past an underground bus garage, but has been very successful. And another thing is, and I think the next speaker will talk about a similar building in Poland, but with 4 institutes in the Netherlands, we have created a new storage building which is almost energy neutral. Not quite yet. We're still working on that, but it saves us an enormous amount of energy, because before we had a storage building which was not really built as a storage building, and we share it with the Cultural Heritage Agency, which has all the whole Dutch National Collection, and the Dutch Open Air Museum, and also the Palace at Low. And the staff who works there is employed by one of these 4 institutes, but really operates very well as a team, and works also very well for all the objects of the other institutions. And also an important aspect of becoming more sustainable is the transition from gas to electricity. Lelystad, in the what you see on the left as orange, was our previous storage facility. You can see that ateliergebouw actually used an enormous amount of gas, and the main building in red also used a lot of gas, and that has now been completely switched to heating with heat pumps run on electricity. So our gas consumption is now minimal compared to before. Only 2 small office buildings are still using gas, because they are not our property and would also be difficult to change at the moment, but that will hopefully happen in the future. What we have done with the climate working group was in close consultation with the engineers for the climate installation to do experiments in various parts of the building, also to get an impression of what measure would result in which reduction of energy. So on the ground floor, which is actually a souterrain in a basement, it's the next slide, partly underground, and there we did an experiment with switching off the air conditioning systems at night. We did that for the last year, and resulted in an energy reduction of 10%. And the climate remained stable. We also did some experiments with this on the other floors, but there the influence from outside was too big. So we decided to confine it to the basement floors. On the first floor, we adopted the BISO guidelines, but they still have to be also translated into software, so we can't really say too much about that, what kind of reduction that means, unfortunately. And then the biggest reduction was to adapt the air conditioning units to regulate them on absolute humidity. Before the air inside the units was brought to a certain temperature, and then with the absolute humidity to that extent that the relative humidity was reached a set point. Now we just regulate on absolute humidity in these rooms, and it means that the air conditioning units are much less active, and sometimes they were also influencing each other in nearby galleries. So one gallery, the air conditioning unit would perhaps put more moisture in the air, and the other gallery would take the moisture out again, and that's now reduced to a large extent. And then on the underneath the roof, we have in two different sections of the building the 20th century galleries, and one of them we have done nothing, and the other one we are introducing a dynamic set point control, which means that it's not just seasonal fluctuations, but you also take into account what actual outside climate is, and also the number of visitors. That is also still in process, so we can't really say how much that is saving. This slide shows you how the air conditioning units become much less active, so to say. And at the bottom graph is when the absolute humidity regulation was introduced, and shows the RH, which is quite stable. And the graphs above that, you can see that the actual activity in the air conditioning units is a lot less. Oh. And here you see the energy consumption from 2018 to 2024. In green, the gas consumption. In blue, the electricity. And in red, the total energy that was used. So gas and electricity are combined in that. And you see that it's being reduced. And certainly the gas is now almost nil, whereas the electricity consumption has not really increased very much. And here you can see easier, perhaps, how much the energy consumption has been reduced by 30%. I'm a bit envious of what I think Michael was telling us this morning, that in Melbourne they had managed to save, I think, 80% of energy. So I'm sure we will contact them to see what more they have done and what else we could do. Then to finish off with the scientific research that we have done. We started in 2012 with Climate for Wood, which was a collaboration between the technical universities of Delft and Eindhoven, and also the Dutch Cultural Heritage Agency. And the aim was to find sustainable climate specifications for decorated wooden panels. So we looked at furniture and panel paintings in different ways. I'll talk a bit more on the next slide about that. And after that, we had another project, which was a continuation from Climate for Wood, and looked more into the role of animal glue. I'll come back to that as well. And also a more complicated computer modeling of wooden panels. And at the moment, we are doing a comparison how wood behaves in objects in a castle and in the Rijksmuseum. Identical, more or less identical objects, and we monitor them both and see what the differences are. The main findings of Climate for Wood were that slightly larger fluctuations should be possible. But the wood engineers that did the research, when I asked them, well, by how much, they said, oh yes, we have to do further research into that. And that's why I think the climate working group was so effective, that we could actually do something, because waiting for the final results of the research, I think would take a long time. We also did a museum study. Michael mentioned that already, or Lucas, this morning, that we looked at a great number of panel paintings and panels in furniture. And we observed that in general, there was about 1% shrinkage of the wooden panels, usually resulting in cracks, mostly of glue joints that failed. That's why in the next project, Muon, we started looking at behavior of animal glue. That is, I think that is a type of research which needs much more time and is extremely complicated. And so far, very little research has been done into that very important material. But we found that most of the objects were stable, also in less favorable climates. So we concluded that the shrinkage had happened a long time ago, and although it could sometimes look very frightening with lots of cracks, it's not something that was caused recently. And that's why we are now still doing that in situ monitoring. And we do, this is carried out by Reyahn King, who was, as I said, successful PhD candidate for Climate for Wood. And we managed to employ her for 2 years almost with external funding. We are looking at 2 cabinets by the same cabinet maker, and also both made around 1700. And 2 panel paintings which date from the same period and have more or less the same size, also same size of the wooden boards they are made out of. So this is the back of one of the panels. They consist of 3 planks, and we've applied on the back monitors to monitor the temperature and relative humidity, and also the strain gauges and displacement gauges to see how the wood reacts to fluctuations in humidity. Here you see all the things we have attached to it, and we are very grateful that the Castle Amerongen was prepared to let us do this. And in the Rijksmuseum, we have the same, we have done the same, but that picture is hanging in the Furniture Conservation Studio, because we don't really want to show all the cables coming out of a picture in the galleries. The climate in the Rijksmuseum is quite stable. You see that it fluctuates between sort of maximum 60 to 45%. And also temperature is between 24 and 20%. But in Amerongen, the relative humidity can actually go up to almost 90%, but also go down to 35%. So the fluctuations are much, much higher. And the displacement we are measuring, and I won't go into too much detail here, but you can see that and I don't have the figures for the Rijksmuseum here, I think, but that there is some displacement, but it's quite minimal, and it's not resulting in extra damage. Reyahn King will publish an article, or probably 2 articles about this, later on this year or the beginning of next year. And the activities of the climate working group, to conclude with, are to extend the BISO specifications to all buildings, to exchange information with other museums and specialists, collaborate within the Rijksmuseum with the Preventive Conservation Working Group, and also Go Green, which is a big European research project in which also the Polish Academy of Sciences and English Heritage and many other institutes collaborate. And we are very happy that we are working together with Łukasz on testing wooden mock-ups together. So that was my lecture. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Do we have any questions? I'm sure that Michał, yes, will have one.
Hello, Paul. Michał Łukomski, Getty Conservation Institute. Of course, it is very difficult for me to not comment on your comments about energy savings in National Gallery in Victoria. But actually, Paul, I think that the fact that implementing the BISO recommendations resulted in such a relatively small saving of energy in Rijksmuseum is actually good for you. I think that the NGV was starting from the very different level, and this is why they are so successful. So this is one comment. But you know, Paul, the other thing is that also the difference in the type of the building. The NGV building was a modern building with a lot of possibility of the control, and they had a huge possibility to retrofit and create the differences in there. So, but I would definitely not feel bad about what is happening in Rijksmuseum.
Okay, no, I don't feel bad, but I'm always looking for ways to save more energy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other question? Paul, I have a question because we always discuss, and you are one of the advocates that objects are not so sensitive to environmental variation, and you are conservators. How it is perceived by other conservators? Do you have a problem in communication or with translating or transmitting your opinions, accepting?
I think I was actually surprised how that it was quite easy to convince my colleagues in the Rijksmuseum, also from different disciplines, to accept the BISO guidelines. The BISO guidelines were, I think, formulated in 2015, but a lot of museums whose directors actually signed the BISO agreement have not accepted the specifications. And I thought it would be very good if the Rijksmuseum did that as well. People were slightly worried, but because the BISO guidelines also say that the very sensitive objects, you can have extra measures or put them in a display case or something like that. So I think that helped to convince them that we should really do this. Also the fact that for most of the year, the climate stays the same, because it's only in midwinter and perhaps high summer that you reach the boundaries, I think, of the climate specifications. But I think also internationally, I think people are becoming more aware that sustainability is important, and also become slightly less worried about their objects. I think in the past, a good conservator would demand very strict climate specifications because that showed that he was a good conservator. And I think a good conservator now should really take a broader view, and I'm very happy that more and more conservators do that.
Paul, I have last question, short question. So you're also very successful practicing conservator. Do you observe the new damages in the objects which are conserved and the return to unstable environment? Is there a different state of the preservation between the Rijks and the castles?
No, no, that's why we are doing the experiment in the castle. We looked very closely at the cabinet in Amerongen and compared it with photographs of even going back to 1925. And we found that all the damage that was in the photographs is still there and there's no new damage. So, I mean, the measurements that we are doing show that the wood has some kind of movement, but that movement is not big enough to create new damage. So, yeah, as practicing conservator, I really feel, and that's also shown by the museum study that we did, which involved many more objects, that all the shrinkage that we see happened a long time ago.
Paul, thank you very much for sharing that with us.
You're welcome. Yeah, my pleasure.
Thanks so much.
And have a nice afternoon and a nice discussion. All the best. See you soon.
Have a nice afternoon too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, I'll switch it off. And now we are moving to our next presentation, Paulina Florjanowicz. We are very glad that you came to Krakow to share with us your experience and your new information about the central storage in Poland. It's very important for us. I will just find the oh yes, it's here, the presentation.
That's a good start. Hello.
Just for our experts, because I think that the Polish community knows you very well, Paulina Florjanowicz is director of the National Institute for the Museum. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I don't know if it's not the first time that I'll be speaking English in front of a mostly Polish audience. Thank you very much for the invitation. First, I have a confession to make. I'm not a physicist, I'm not a chemist, I'm not a conservator. So, if you have any questions, I'll try to help. And we also have in the room Katia Wiegas-Wesołowska, who works with us on conservation issues as our main consultant, and also this project is in the first phase was managed by Janusz Czop, who is also here in the room with us. So I'm sure altogether we'll be able to answer the questions you might have. My goal today is to explain to you why we took on this huge investment and at what stage we are right now. First, for those of you who don't know our institution, we are a state agency under the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage in Poland, responsible for most museum policy issues, training of museum professionals. We have some grant programs for museums and stuff like that. The institution was established more than 30 years ago. It's been running under different names. Since last year, it's the National Institute for Museums. And one of the main areas of our concern is the security of collections. In the beginning, some 30 years ago, it was mainly about physical security, then, fighting all kinds of threats to heritage. Now, this scope is obviously widening. So museums in Poland, there are roughly 1,000 museums in Poland. Majority of them very, very small, tiny, sometimes squeezed in one room. Here you can see how unevenly they are spread in the country, with the majority of them being in the Mazowsze province in the center. And of course, the second one is Małopolska here, where we are right now. When it comes to museum objects, it's a little bit similar, but also in Dolny Śląsk you have a lot of museum collections. Of course, their quality, their type They vary. But what we know definitely is that about 95% of the museum collections are permanently in storage, which is not a surprise. It is a surprise to the minister if I explain it, but it's not a surprise to anyone from the museum business. And also, which also I don't think comes as a surprise, we estimate that about 60%, well, we don't estimate, we study, we research. We know that about 60% of museums in Poland lack storage space, any storage space, or have insufficient storage space. And only a few, I was unable to calculate that, have really professional climate-controlled or anyway meeting any sophisticated criteria for storing museum storage premises. So the challenge was really huge. And when the project started, it was commissioned to the National Institute for Museums in 2016 by the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage. The first idea, of course, in the eyes of the minister, was to build something quickly and very cheap. That was obviously the first goal. So we knew it had to come at a relatively low construction cost, but at the same time assure high quality of protection for the collections and very low energy consumption. As you can imagine, this is very difficult to combine. So some of the baseline conditions that we decided we want to meet is, or facts that we found, was that high quality of protection is non-negotiable. That was the first thing. Second one, that building one facility is less expensive than building 50 or 100 facilities all over the country. One operator decreases administration costs, but that at the same time creates other challenges because it's, the museum directors, they have to make this very difficult decision to have someone else at least partially responsible for their collections and the conditions in which they are stored, which is still to many museum directors in Poland, it comes as a big, question mark, I'd say. And it was decided to use a lot of climate-friendly or green solutions in this building that was planned. The plot that was secured for this investment is located in central Poland, right outside Warsaw. It's about 15-minute drive from the center of the city. And you can see it's also very well communicated with the major cities throughout Poland. It's also very close to the nearest highway and very close to the biggest airport in Poland, so far the biggest. Also, the plot is very big. It's 18 hectares, because right from the beginning, the idea was that the building we are building right now is the first of a few, and which eventually this area should be enough for the next, 50 years to provide storage. At first, it was indeed called the Central Storage Project. But that proved to be, I would say, PR-wise, not the best choice of words. First of all, because if you are, we are here in Cracow, but I'm from Warsaw. If in Warsaw we say that we will do something here centrally, immediately everyone outside Warsaw is against it. So that was a bad choice of words. And also storage is an insufficient word, because what we are building, it's much more than just a storage space. This is how the plot looks like from the top. The construction works have started in November last year. Equipping is planned for the next 2 years, and we hope to reach full operational capacity by 2026. That's a very quick process now. These are some of the most important solutions that were chosen for this project. Some of them are easier to achieve. Some are more difficult. From my perspective, as the head of the institute who has to negotiate the money for the projects, let's be honest, the most difficult thing is to explain that, well, in order to save money in the future, you have to invest money first. And that's extremely difficult. You know, it's like that you have to be very rich to be able to wear, I don't know, cheap shoes, because not everyone else can afford to buy a new pair every week. So this is more or less my job in this area. So now, for example, we are discussing the whole system for smart lighting of the building. To explaining that, yes, it will cost a little bit in the beginning, but we will get this money back within the next 3 or 4 years. This is what we've done last year. This is the analysis of demand among the museums. We've only asked museums for the beginning. We've only asked the museums which are either run by the Minister of Culture, so all the biggest museums in Poland, and the museums located in the district of Mazowsze. So altogether, there are about 100 museums. As you can see, 68 of them replied that they would be interested. Right now, after many more phases of discussions with them, we have at least 17 museums who are absolutely positive about using our center as a storage for them. Of course, this is another myth that we have to discuss constantly. This is not a storage for all the collections in Poland. That's not big enough to have 20 million objects in. That might sound obvious to professionals. It doesn't always sound obvious to anyone else. So we have to constantly keep explaining that we acknowledge that museums will keep their most valuable pieces of collections in their capacity, but they still have problems with hundreds or thousands, rather, of other types of objects, especially those objects which are made from either very sensitive materials or are just big in size. And it's very, very difficult to assure storage for them within the museum itself. So as you can see, museums are interested in storage, but they are also interested in other services that this center will offer, like conservation or digitization. I don't have the exact numbers right now, but as you can imagine, only the biggest museums can afford to have their own conservation studios, not to mention 3D digitization labs and stuff like that. So this place will offer those services, of course not for free, but at a reasonable price, and also assuring that the quality meets all the museum regulations, museum policy criteria, guidelines, and stuff like that. So as you can see, we also added some other services that hopefully we will develop, like, for example, exchanging used museum cases from temporary exhibitions or stuff like that. That's one step towards the zero waste policy. And also, since, well, we have a lot of museums, but there's like no fair for museum services in Central Europe. I don't think there were attempts, but the market isn't big enough. But we do want to use this space also like kind of a showroom for different companies that produce equipment for museums. So at some point, you know, we will just tell all the museums, listen, the next month we will have all the companies dealing with showcasing here, and if you are interested, just come anytime and see what's on. Only last year, we've realized 2 study visits to similar centers. There are, of course, more of them. We've just heard about one in Amersfoort. There's one in Norway. We went to Denmark, to Velje, and to Vantaa, just outside Helsinki in Finland. And these were very valuable visits. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, in places like that, you're not allowed to publish pictures of the inside, which would be much more interesting. But, well, we've seen it, and these are all the photos that I can show you. At every stage, since we are also a networking institution, we asked colleagues from other museums throughout Poland who we know are working on their own storage projects to come with us. So in every of those study visits, it's not like we took 15 people from our agency. We couldn't afford that. There were people from about 5 museums at a time visiting these places. So this is what it will look like. This is the parameters, the size of it and the parameters that this first building that we're building will cover. It will only cover 7% of the plot that we have of the surface. So we have much more room for coming buildings in the future. And what's important, we are now applying for European funds for the B part, for the equipping the B part, and because of all those, also because of all those activities planned not only for professionals, because there's also going to be a conference center, there a park around it and stuff like that. So there will be some community involvement, and that makes us entitled to apply for the European funding as well. This is the general plan of the ground floor. It will be either 1 or 2 story high, depending on in some places it will be just 1 story, in some places it will be 2 stories. And as you can see, the gray part is the storage area. The light green, mint part, I don't know how you call it, it's all the studios for conservation, all the labs and places like that. So that's also with limited access. And the blue part is a conference center, educational area, and so on. So this will be open, only the blue part will be open to the public. Total usable area, it's about 20,000 square meters. This is what it looks like last week, so it's probably bigger right now. It all goes according to the schedule. And, oh, sorry. Oh, oops. Okay, okay, this is again what it looks like from close up. Here you can see the conference room, and on the left you can see the treasury is being built in case someone actually does want to give us the most valuable objects, which for now I'm not so sure about. But we also learned from our colleagues from other countries that in the beginning it's a process for the museums to trust that this is a good solution. And in Velia also they had to convince the first 2 museums to sign agreements with them. Now they have a line which is more than 20 years long for being accepted for that storage. This is the BREEAM certificate that we already got for the design stage, which has the highest possible mark, and also the expert who was in charge of this whole process told us that this was the only case in the whole career that there were no additional questions asked, and we got that in 3 days. Here you have the categories in which we've achieved points for this certificate, and this is for the design stage. So once the building is done, they will come and reassess again. And I think in short, that will be about it. If you're interested about some additional information, here you have a link to the website where in Polish, but with Google Translate, I don't think that's an issue anymore. And also these are, I just used the opportunity, these are 2 periodicals, one which is a research one for 100 points. So I highly encourage everyone interested to write and publish in our titles. Okay, so that's the basic. Thank you.
Thank you. The progress from November last year is really impressive. You did a lot. Thank you very much. And now we have the last presentation before the discussion, and this will be Łukasz Bratasz. Presenting the Harry E tool. Is the micro? It's working. Good.
So can you hear me? Yes? So as a scientist, I cannot resist and say one sentence about the central storage because of the lower temperature than comparing to other museum storages. The degradation processes, chemical degradation processes, will be from 3 to 4 times slower than in typical museum storage, which ensures the temperature of 20 Celsius degrees. So there is not only energy efficient, but also much better for the artworks. And now I would like to show you not so much, to present you not so much our research results, but the tools which we developed to translate research results into practice, to create the tools which can be used by the people in the field. And as you can see here, there is several institutions engaged in the development of the tools which were deployed on the Harry E, a digital preventive conservation platform. And just to explain the main motivation why we developed that, and I think that this motivation is quite obvious for most of you, that effective risk management and the development of preservation strategy requires identification and quantitative assessment of all processes leading to the loss of the collection value, because if we assess them, evaluate them in quantitative way, then we can compare and decide what is the priority in terms of the preservation. And it is exactly why the Harry E platform has been developed. It was developed with the financial support of several institutions, starting from the Getty Foundation, the Rijks Consortium, the Go Green project, and of course, Norway Grant and IP on HS project as well. The Harry E platform is structured according, or reflects, its structure reflects the framework of 10 agents of deterioration. So you have the tools which address, for example, incorrect relative humidity, incorrect temperature, fire, contaminants, and radiation. So far, other risks which are here in the gray, there is no tool yet which allows us to evaluate the risk in this caused by these agents of deterioration. And as you can see here, there is several tools which allows to evaluate the risk, for example, of mechanical damage due to environmental variations, and we developed these tools for the restrained wood, for panel paintings, and for the parchment. And it was designed by our institute, which in short we call the Jerzy Haber Institute. There is a tool developed that allows to calculate or estimate the risk of chemical degradation to polymers like paper, and also canvas supports or plastic objects. And the damage functions were proposed by Matthias Sterlitz, Stefan Michalski, or Image Permeance Institute for Cellulose Acetate. We have a tool which allows to evaluate the risk of fire proposed by the Getty by Canadian Conservation Institute, and modified, refined by our group. We have a tool which allows to predict the indoor concentration of the pollutants from outdoor gaseous pollutants from our external outdoor sources, and the tool was developed within the European Commission project Impact and developed by University College London. And the problem with many of these tools is that they are developed within the European projects or scientific projects. They are available for some time and then disappear. So there is a lot of time, a lot of losses, and it is why we also try to revive some tools which were developed in the past. There is light damage calculate, which allows you to predict the color change of various colorants, various dyes or pigments exposed to the light, different light levels. And there's also recently developed tool for the light that allows the calculation of the light damage for dyed textiles. We have tools for showcase. It allows to estimate humidifier capacity of amount of silica gel needed for the stabilization of a rage. And last week, we have implemented also a tool which gives you the automatic classification of the climates according to the ASHRAE classification. So you just upload the data and immediately you can produce the report, environmental report, and it could be printed also in PDF. The tools which will be available in near future, it would encompass the full finite element modeling, which would be targeted rather. This is our next contractual obligation that we need to develop to extend the action of the tools for hot and humid climates, so people in, for example, Southern Asia or in Africa can use it, because so far it is limited rather to the drier climates. We will implement the tool for the estimation of the degradation of PVC objects, and this is the damage functions are developed within the project together with Jagiellonian University and University of Ljubljana, and also soiling of the architecture surfaces by indoor particle pollutions. We have also a module which allows to upload and merge different data. It was developed on the particular request of the Getty Conservation Institute. So the situation when you have the object in one location and you move it or you loan it to different locations, so you can merge two climates and evaluate the risk of moving, for example, object from the church, as we have seen during the Lena's presentation, to the perfect museum conditions. So far, and the tool was designed in a way that we thought that at the beginning that mainly it will be used by the collection managers, but heritage scientists, but it occurred that educators, this is probably the largest group of people who use it for different educational and training purposes. So far, we have more than 800 unique users registered on the platform, and in total, more than 1,200 data files, microclimate data files, were uploaded to the HERI platform. So how the tool works, I will just show the few examples. For, as we have heard today, for many classes of objects, for example, environmental variation between 40 and 60% of relative humidity are recommended. And here you can see the climate from one of the US museums, which almost fits to that specification. And this question, first of all, are those spikes which go beyond the specification, are they dangerous? And is there any room for the relaxation of the climate and saving energy? But relative humidity is not the best indicator of the risk. Much better indicator of the risk is the dimensional change, which is expressed as a strain here for the specific object. And for example, I'm using this object from the National Museum in Cracow, which is 15th century tempera on 10 millimeter wooden panel, which is lime wood and varnish from one side, to use it as a probe of that climate in United States. And for that, we developed a computer model. We, as I have shown you on the previous presentation, we have quite complex software, a lot of material data, and we can calculate relatively easy the dimensional response of the object. And here you can see this dimensional response of this object. And here the red lines, they indicate the critical strains at which the gesso start to fracture and start to be damaged. And first of all, you see that, of course, we are very far from the risk area, so the safety margins are large, so there is the room for the further relaxation of the environment. But this approach has drawbacks. The main drawback is that numerical simulation of strain histories are very time-consuming. They require large computational power, and what is most important, they require specialized expertise in programs. And I know that definitely the Louvre Museum can perform such simulation, the Rijksmuseum, as we have heard, and also I think that colleagues in Florence, they can also perform this kind of simulation together with the University of Florence. But most of the museums don't have access to these competences. It is why we propose alternative approach. in which the climate which is uploaded to the HARI-E is decomposed into elementary sinusoidal variation using fast Fourier transformation. Then we have a database with elementary strain variations which are pre-calculated and stored in the database. And so when we know what are the strain variations, so sinusoidal variation from the first step, we can call the database and fuse all elementary strain variation into one full variation. This is, of course, approximation, but the main benefit of that is that it's quick. And I will show you how quick it is in a moment when I switch to the HARI software platform. As I mentioned, there is a risk for chemical degradation, and the chemical degradation mainly affects the polymers, but canvas supports are also polymers made from cellulose. And if you want to learn how we can predict the lifetime of the canvas supports before they need to be relined, please register to our next training on the HARI-E, because I didn't mention that. We plan to organize one workshop on training on the HARI-E with more or less 18 people, but we received 100 applications, and we are running 4 workshops. Tomorrow, after tomorrow, and 2 in May, 1 in Warsaw, 1 in Toruń. But there is, now I go to the risk, which is definitely one of the largest for the museum's collection, which is a risk of fire, and it affects not only museums in developing countries, but also museums in developed countries. Here you can see, and it's also large risk, unfortunately, for Poland. Here here's a fire statistics for Polish museums in the last 23 years. I'm still waiting for the data to be published by Polish National Fire Protection, so Państwowa Straż Pożarna. And here you can see the statistics. It's divided into small, medium, large, and very large fires. So on average, we have between 10 and 25 fires a year in Polish museums. And on average, you can expect a fire in each museum every 76 years. What is more surprising is that this tendency is growing. Probability of fire in Polish museums is growing, contrary to countries like Canada or United States. And I will show how this tool was used also to support decision, because the HARI-E is decision supporting tool, is not decision making tool. And I'm using here still the term central museum storage, because we evaluated, in fact, the fire protection and storage, not in an entire building. So we use to evaluate the risk of fire. We use, as I mentioned at the beginning, the methodology which was proposed by Canadian Conservation Institute and Jean Tétrault, who defined 6 classes of the fire protection. In the class 4, 5, and 6, you have various types of the automatic fire suppression systems. And here you can see the estimated or predicted loss of the collection value in 100 years. And the bars, the blue bars shows the predicted loss of the collection value. So there is no much difference between class 1 and 2, but when you go to class 3, 4, 5, and 6, you decrease the predicted losses in your collection by 1 order of magnitude, by 10 times, so very significant increase. So why not to have the best class? Because unfortunately the cost increases, and as you can see here, during the discussion, we estimated the costs related to installation of various classes of or achieving various classes of the fire protection, and we discussed the gaseous system, which is the most recommended for the sensitive collection. And as you can see here, that when you go from class 1, this is the, let's say, normalized cost. If you go to class 6, you increase the cost by 30%. It was a very significant investment cost for the building, of entire investment. So how to choose the optimal level of the fire protection? And one of the methods is that you compare it with the other risks, because the largest risk decides about the lifetime of the collection. And here you can see the 4 classes of the various materials of different susceptibility to chemical degradation. We have material of low sensitivity, which are typical polymers like paper, textiles, which were not acidified in the past. There are medium sensitivity, high sensitivity, and very high sensitivity. And predicted lifetime of those materials at room temperatures, 20 Celsius degrees and 50% of relative humidity, is 1 to 3 millennia, 300 to 1 millennia, 100 years to 300 years, and decades for this class. And when we plotted, we assume that our collection has a low sensitivity to chemical degradation. And when we plotted it on this graph, you can see this is the same graph, but this is the predicted loss of the collection value due to the chemical degradation. It's very high here. Because, as I mentioned, this would be cool storage, so temperature would be lower, the chemical degradation would be lower, but we are still here. So it's definitely not good that we are in class 1, 2, but when we go to class 3, those risks are comparable, and going further probably would not increase the lifetime of the collection. So which decision was taken is to have the more or less class 3, but eliminate all sources, potential sources of ignition from the storage room. So we decrease the probability of the ignition of that fire starts in the storage room by 5 times. But there was a decision not to install automatic fire suppression system. So I invite you to visit the HARI-E, use it, and if you're interested, if you want to be trained, please visit or follow our website, and we will definitely organize next courses, next workshops for the HARI-E platform. And I will now go and try to show how the HARI-E platform works. So I'm here, I'm registered already, and for example, you have here environmental data. You can upload them, and here are demonstration data which are uploaded in advance. And if you would like to calculate the risk, for example, of mechanical damage, you click to the one of the tool. You select, for example, let's select the climate from the gallery in Rijksmuseum Modern Museum in Poland. This is the demonstration data. We can proceed to calculation. We set up the new calculation. We have all these types of the materials, objects which are discussed. Let's select the restrained wood, which in fact is the furniture. We have lime wood, poplar. Let's select oak. And let's say it's 1 centimeter thick. And we can go and we can proceed. And here you can see calculation is running. Here it is. You can show it on plot. So within few seconds, you have the results. You don't need to build model for months and make calculation for days. And here is the strain variation. And here you can put the criteria for damage. Here was the relative humidity variation, which is here. You can see that relative humidity dropped to almost 20 Celsius degrees, but risk didn't reach the threshold. And sorry, I know that I'm running out of time, but I would like to show the last development, which is light damage calculator based on the multi-point data measured by Getty Conservation Institute for 108 different dyes on textiles. It's quite large, the module, so we need to wait for a moment to be uploaded to the computer. So here you have the okay, so here we have a database of different dyes. Let's select one of them. You have all information about the production. You can go with this link immediately to Archives of Canada, in which we don't want to translate, in which there is a book from which the sample was taken, but you can find immediately all information about the pigment. And here, so we selected the date, is the dye, and here you have the tool which allows you to quickly estimate the prior light dose, because the light sensitivity depends on the past exposure, and you can also do the future exposure. So for example, let's assume that in my museum it's not 50 lux, but let's say 200 lux. It's open for 10 hours a day. We have no flashes, and we look at the change of the color in 100 years. And when you move the slider, you can see how the color changes. You can find a lot of information. Okay, here you can compare current and future, and you can compare also to the industrial standards, which are the blue wool standards. And finally, you can look at, for example, if you have the collection, you are not interested just in one dye, you are going to you can select several pigments. Let's say we are selecting this one, but I don't like it. You can change, and so on, and you can look how they change color versus the light dose. So you can plan, for example, the exhibition. So please contact us, and please attend our trainings, because tool is quite large. It is why the training workshops takes at least 1 day, but with Michał Łukomski in the Getty Conservation Institute, we planned that it would last for 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Łukasz. As a practicing conservator and museum member, I have to say that it's really worth to devote some time to learn it, because it helps a lot. It's great. Okay, so we are finally on our last stage of the conference, and is it working? Okay, sorry. So now I would like to invite all the speakers here to the stage, and Björn Vadum from Copenhagen, our expert, will guide a discussion. Do you think so? We should, huh?
Why not?
Yes.
You will ask him.
But we should also introduce them. Tell who they are, because not all the people know. So.
Okay, we have maybe after the speech.
Yeah.
I will ask him. You have been listening for many hours. You had a break, you had a coffee break, but still. The theme of today, as you know, was preventive conservation of paintings. And we have listened to a variety of talks addressing different regulations, different research results, different possibilities of how to care for your collections. I cannot resist telling you that in 2009 we had an exhibition at the National Gallery of Denmark, where I worked at the time, that was called Nature Strikes Back. And that was an exhibition where we had paintings on display that showed what nature sometimes do to humanity, takes over, like we saw in the first talk this morning, when the river Arno took over and destroyed so many wonderful artworks in Florence, as it did. And required a lot of extra work for conservators for ages. Yeah, only a couple of years back was the last painting that was damaged in 1966 actually back on display. And, sorry, I just wanted to say that we saw this, and Mark talked about the light. We are walking around in daylight outside. We are looking forward to warm, hot summer days. But at the same time, when we have been outside for the past couple of days, we have seen that nature is striking back. It's unusual the way that we are being treated by nature, but still buildings are built for display of paintings. Sometimes buildings require different light installations than paintings do or than conservators do. So there is a clash sometimes of interest that's very interesting to consider, and that was what Mark told us. We had from Michael, I'm just reiterating because it was a long time ago since we listened to this morning, that we had different diagrams on climate requirements, past Jerry Thompson Museum climate books, handbooks from 1978 that most of you probably have known or have seen during training, means that 50 to 55% relative humidity was the standard we grew up with, many of us. That was also the standard that we told our curators that we should respect. And suddenly things change, and curators lose confidence in the conservators because now they are relaxing things. Or are they? That's one of the questions that I want to have you to consider and discuss with the panel today. What is the result? What is the outcome of what we have listened to? How will you address your conservation advice back in your museums or in your private practice after having listened to all this? Lena from the NICO pointed out that objects, cultural heritage objects, are sometimes freestanding out in the nature, in that nature that strikes with floods, with heat, with aggressiveness that we have to take into consideration. And of course, you cannot compare a Norwegian remote church to a Leonardo in one of the museums here in the city, but still we have to find out how to gear up with all this. I think I would like to ask you out there to ask questions to this panel because they are ready to respond. Also on building of storage facilities. I was very happy to see that you've been in Yale, which is one of the great innovators on making non-energy consumption storage facilities. And of course, how do we appreciate the Craquelure results? How do you appreciate what you have seen? You've seen statistics, you've seen relaxed climate conditions being maybe safer than just having the very rigid and very unsustainable solutions going on. Is sustainability or the relaxed climate conditions, what is it that prompt you to respond to these presentations you've had? I don't know if any of you wants to say anything to prompt a question, but please do ask questions out there. It's your opportunity now. And I know from some you may even ask in Polish.
Yes, I'd like to say something about the gaseous fire suppression systems. I may be out of date in this, but I know when at the Metropolitan Museum, through the 80s and into the 90s, there was halon systems and so on. But these systems, which were very expensive, and they worked only on a calculation between the volume of gas necessary for a calculated volume of space. And you had to have a very efficient seal on those spaces for it to be able to work. And a perceived problem was, one, that any kind of a discharge of this system, for it to work, it had to be, it had to follow those parameters exactly. If there was a door propped open or some other kind of thing that led to a loss of efficiency in the displacement of the oxygen, then the system wouldn't work. And then that was your only one shot to suppress the fire. If it was not 100% efficient, there was no backup. And that was a problem with those kind of systems. Can you tell me if there's...
Absolutely. So Yes, you're right. You have just one shot. Particularly the systems are not good if there is a high risk of arson or a terrorist attack, because then you have the cracks in the building envelope and the system doesn't work. So if you have this type of the risks, this system is not the best one. In the case of the storage here, even I would say we didn't install the gaseous system, but in the new storage for the Royal Library or the National Museum in Copenhagen, I can't remember now, but they decided, they calculated that when you have airtight building, and this would be very airtight building, and you have compartments, and they are airtight, so if you have fire, if you burn 1 cubic meter of paper, you lower oxygen level to such a small level that the fire cannot propagate, and it waits for the fire brigade. So Danish colleagues, they even not install any system because in fact you lower, because how halon acts, you lower the oxygen level. And it would happen anyway, and just in Poland it's not, let's say, accepted way of controlling fire. It's not extinguishing, it's controlling fire.
Yeah. Another thing we found too is that the volume of air needs to be displaced nearly instantly. And for instance, in our studio space in the Metropolitan, the one room had 18 huge canisters on the wall. And once one worker was adjusting a valve and accidentally made a contact, and just one canister went off and an easel flew against the wall. If all 18 canisters went off, it would have blown the windows out of the studio.
Because I published a paper and I knew the story that the Moscow Museum of Fine Arts, there was similar situation when the gas was transferred, the painting hang on the crates, they were blown and there were some mechanical damage.
Yeah.
But experts on fire, design of fire protection system, they say that well-designed system is not targeted towards the object. So,
Okay, thank you. Could I ask one more question of Paulina? I thought your presentation was really wonderful, and but I wondered, I'm sure you did also calculate that any centralized storage system, where you're talking about saving energy and lowering costs, you're also making quite an enormous increase in the energy expenditure to bring objects there or back and forth to their institutions, and also you increase enormously the risk of handling by having to deliver things that are either put in or taken out of storage.
We don't call it central storage. It's, of course, it is open to any museum in the country if they wish to use it. But as I told you in the analysis of demand that we did, we primarily ask those museums who are located within the range of 150 kilometers, let's say. And secondly, also, we assume this is not for the major items in the collections of those museums. It's rather for long-term storage. So we don't want to be as strict as our colleagues in Denmark, where I think that the minimum time is 30 years. So if you sign an agreement there and you put something in storage for 30 years, it's gone. So we don't go that far, but still it's not intended that there will be trucks running back and forth, you know, all the time. Also because the residential area is rather close by, and these were the first questions that we were asked from the local community, you know. So we will be living on a highway now? No, they won't. So it's rather occasional transports. There's a question from Katia.
Running.
Thanks. I just wondered, because you've been all talking about relaxation of parameters based on a lot of science, a lot of analysis, a lot of data gathering, which is wonderful for us as conservators because we can actually see the results and actually people can realize that this relaxation makes sense. I just wondered if you have a suggestion how to implement it in, for example, here in Poland where we are. Particularly since I just want to advance a suggestion straight away. I think that this would be something that should be implemented at universities, because at universities not me, many years ago I finished, but students I think are still being taught Thomson and old environmental parameters. So, and this is the basis that students need to learn these new parameters, the new science, the new database. It's easier to convince them, and they will convince the following generations than trying to convince us old guys, the old people in the museums. I mean, I'm convinced, but in general, I think, and I just wondered how would you propose to implement it in countries, and how maybe have you been able to implement it in other countries where you are, the BISO guidelines, for example? Is it just a matter of, like we heard, that fortunately Rijksmuseum accepted BISO and so others will just follow? I don't know. I wonder what you suggest in Poland, because BISO guidelines are not really known in Poland. In general, of course, I'm speaking very generally.
Yeah. As I said, I'm not a conservator, but I can say that this is very difficult, and I can compare it to a situation I know from archaeology. I'm an archaeologist. The relaxation proposed for many years in archaeology in terms of archaeological collections goes much, much further, because and it's been basically decided that there is no point in keeping all the archaeological material forever. It's just too expensive. The scientific value is limited. It's mainly statistical value of the mass material and so on. So many countries have already accepted policies that they don't just store everything forever. In Poland, that is still a big issue. I've been taking part in discussions. I'm supporting this relaxation policy, and I know that and I have at least for the past 15 years, still for many it's something unbelievable. So I think this is a similar case. It's for institutions like the one that I'm working for, I think, among other things. And we have the same with the Spectrum standard for collections management. What we do, we promote the standard. We are the only institution in Poland that has an agreement signed with Collection Trust, and we are allowed to promote the standard, and we just, teach starting at the very ground level. We are doing that with the reorg standard now for storage. Again, we are just organizing training. And this is just another thing that has to be promoted. But I think it's very important if large museums, like the Rijks example here, also would join in this sharing of solutions to show to the smaller ones that this is something, if they're doing it, we can try as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's also really important that everyone here as a conservatives realize that this relaxation doesn't mean just relaxation. And I think this is what a lot of conservatives are afraid of when they see this sort of relaxation word. They think, well, not all of our collections can be in such parameters, but it's obvious that this is the point, that we can, write specifications for that type of object. So, yeah.
I have two different points to make. Working from the university perspective, Yale University has four major collections, and we are building what is our first centralized share storage that will certainly not take care of the university's complete storage requirements, but it's starting to be something that we talk about. The one point is that one way to get this out is have meetings like this where we talk about whether it's the BISO parameters or other parameters, so that there is a loop between the curators and directors, conservators and registrars especially. We keep hearing, well, we don't want to accept the standards because we're not going to get the loans we want. So that is a sort of an echo chamber that if we're all in the same room together, we maybe can soften the number of echoes or go back and forth. The other point I want to make, at the university, this notion of centralized storage does not include the notion of locking the door, because we don't know what students and what faculty will be studying in 5 years' time. The move that I see in the last 25 years is that we're looking at why is it Da Vinci and Vermeer and Picasso, Cimabue, that's sort of the last generation's concern. And there's a certain amount of bias in that. And at the university, we have to be able to respond to whatever the kind of object it is, whatever cultural object it is, the anthropology department wanting to see things that many of us have never even thought about or know exist. So the university storage problems are slightly different. We have to organize for access to everything without bias. And that's an interesting and new problem.
I'll give you back the microphone, but I just want to say at the end that we have done one thing to advance this thought on relaxation, and the heads of conservation in the National Museums of Poland have met and have started this process of relaxation. So I think that's a really positive thing. But that's what I mean, that it has to start from, for example, from Nîmes, from the National National Museum, or education. It has to start from this, or meetings like that, as you said. But not everyone can be at such meetings. So.
While the mic is going to the next, having a question, I just wanted to mention that in the National Gallery of Denmark, we employed seasonal air conditioning already in 2009. And we had a conference in 2010 with a number of people like Michalski, David Saunders and others. We were discussing what do we do with climate change outside and how do we adapt museums to this. So since 2009, we have had seasonal fluctuations in our galleries at the National Gallery of Denmark, but in the exhibition space, we keep stricter regulations in order to have loans for special exhibitions. But there was another question there.
Well, I just wanted to say the same, what has already been mentioned here, that the head of conservation departments in the main museums in Poland, national museums mostly, met together, and they decided to broaden the and relax the environmental conditions that we expect. But when it comes to the loan agreement, it sometimes is not so easy. So we have to just stick to it, what we decided first. And I wanted to ask the question about the central, well, it's maybe hard to answer this question for everybody now, but I think everybody is thinking of it now, each of us, about the central storage. Because of the new circumstances, because of the war in Ukraine. This is what everybody is afraid of taking into consideration, centralizing, storing a lot of, a big amount of our heritage objects. That's a big risk. What do you think about it in that new situation?
Yes, we get this question all the time. So again, this is not for all the museum objects in Poland. What we know from the questionnaires, from the museums, the majority of things that we will receive, and the majority of the things that I've seen in storages, both in Denmark and in Finland, these are furniture, which take up a lot of space. These are ethnographic materials, these are archaeological materials, these are, I don't know, bicycles, all kinds of stuff like that. I wouldn't think that anyone would consider it a worthwhile target, you know, to send multi-million-dollar missiles towards it. I think that really answers the question. So that's not for all the museum objects in Poland. Secondly, since we are also an institution responsible for all the security measures for museums, we have now developed guidelines for museums how to prepare for crisis situations, including a war situation. We will publish them within the next, I don't know, a month or so. What is the base, and we've developed them in cooperation with our Ukrainian counterparts based on their first-hand experience from the past 2 years. So what we know now is that, first of all, this will not be a place of evacuation in case of an attack, because evacuation is a last resort. This is not a good idea to evacuate a museum when a war starts. Most of the losses of the cultural heritage in Ukraine were done during the transportation, not in the museums. And secondly, if you really want to secure your collection, it's best to have a place underground within the museum, and only underground, because when we think about security, we still have those schemes from the Second World War. This is unfortunately a completely different type of war right now. So that requires a different mindset. So the panopticum, because this is what we call it, has nothing to do with this, although we have been asked, for example, by colleagues from the Baltic states, whether they could use it as a safe haven. And that's a different case. While we are safe, they can perhaps evacuate to a place like this. It doesn't have to be a war. It can be any kind of a natural catastrophe that strikes any kind of museum, and they quickly, immediately need space where they can move stuff. Or even they go under renovation. We've also had questions from museums that are planning to close down for the next 2 or 3 years, and they've asked us whether it will be possible to use this storage space as temporary storage for the period of renovation. So this argument, I know it's been kind of used very often, but it doesn't relate to this particular case.
Thank you so much. It eases my mind, but it really makes sense what you say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions out there that relate more to the environmental standards, the Craquelure project that we have seen presented? I would acknowledge that, yes, it takes a lot of training to get into the new mode of thinking. And in fact, the EU tried that a number of years back in 2010, 2015, with a project that was called Lending to Europe, that was coordinated by NEMO, the museum organization, central organization within Europe, where they were based mainly on the registrars' activities, trying to train registrars in convincing conservators and the rest of the museum staff in trying to be more relaxed. And that was with the BISU rules were being introduced. So that's already going a long time, but I think training is essential. And let me ask the panel, how do you think you would organize training apart from what is already scheduled here, and you have a lot of training? What kind of training are you doing in or envisioning in your countries?
So you know, we are organizing quite a lot of workshops and trainings related with the development of a climate control strategies. In these case studies, when we were working with the National Gallery in Victoria in Melbourne, we make the related regional workshop, similarly in UK, in London. And I think that the thing which I would like to stress is that we should approach problem from the different level. I think it's difficult to make the changes in the operation of the museum without the pressure from the top. And we are actually seeing quite a lot of changes happening in Europe right now, I think much more than in comparison to US, mostly because the European museums are very much state museums and they rely on state budgets and they follow the regulations. So this pressure, economical pressure, ideological pressure coming from the states is very effective here. But of course it cannot happen without having the proper mindset or open mindset for the people directly involved in this. So the people like conservators, curators, facilities, and so on and so forth. I would say that the most important thing, the message which we try to share is within this knowledge, tools, and so on, that the relaxation actually means increasing flexibility. What we try to do is to convince people that they have more say in what they want to do in their museum. And we often have this question, okay, we don't want to 50 plus minus 5, so what we want now? And my answer is, it depends. And it depends actually on you. It depends on what is important for you, what are your resources, what are your expectations, what is the change you expect in the collection. And the answer may be very different in different places. We are often paralyzed by the situation that we have responsibility for very valuable objects, the objects which are like many, many times above our pay grade. But the reality is that it's a common responsibility. We do that together, and if we just stop to be paralyzed by the fact that we are personally responsible for them, we can start to think about what is needed for the institution, for the community, for the people we serve, and I mean, the important thing also from my point of view is that we put a lot of effort not only to tell people that, yes, you can decide in your case, but that we are working on many different methods and tools which helps to make those decisions. They are become more available, and we are strongly committed to go into collaboration, provide the method, provide expertise, provide training, so it is easier to make those decisions. But those decisions finally must be done in the people in the local institution. That's the only way.
I just wanted to comment on in a Norwegian context with the historical buildings that NICU work with. I think having workshop in disaster preparedness is probably one thing I would recommend. And this week my colleague Nina Kjølsen-Jernes is having a pilot teaching program at the University of Oslo, where she's teaching students how to prepare for disasters such as fire, landslides, flooding, etc., and also in terms of war and increased risk of war. And I think like if the students learn from early on to cope and reflect on those kinds of risks, I think they will also reflect on other preventive conservation.
If I may add on the training scheme, that's a big part of our business, training for museum professionals. We train about 1,000 museum staff a year on about roughly 30 different topics, and these are both regular training courses that last up to 3 days to online courses. So there is a huge demand for such training. And I think that it's just a matter of adding new topics to our agenda, and this can be developed. So the tools are, the system is already there.
We have a school for conservation. Is at the level of the university, the degree we provide. So our students are already trained very well in this kind of field, because also our government, we have this central structure in Italy for the conservation, for the care of the collection, and already provided standards for the environment, for the measurements of all the general risk. There cannot be a law, because we are very aware of the fact that most of the buildings that are museums or churches or places that held artworks are historical places. So it is very difficult also to refurbish them, to provide a good climate control and everything else. So we are going step by step since many years and allowing to the most remote places many years, much more years than Florence or Venice, in order to be completely refurbished according to these levels. But still, all these measures are part of the general law for the cultural heritage in Italy. Then we have also, in all the university that offers course of art history, not only for conservation science, but I mean for the art historians who are in the future probably could be the future directors or curators of the different museums. We provide for them special courses in conservation science and in preventive conservation. So I think that from this point of view, we are trying to train a new generation who is very aware of everything. Generally speaking, about the project, that is of course very interesting, and I personally teach in several of these university courses and have made aware my students of the reality of the projects, the website, encourage them to download and read the publication. So I think this is, at this point, our possibility to spread all the accomplishment of the project. But still, I would like to stress the importance for a future projects, but also in the dissemination of the outcomes of these projects, to stress the risk of the numbers of tourism. That's something enormous in Italy. I live in Florence. It's a nightmare. Living in Florence, believe me, is a nightmare. Since decades. Now is actually a nightmare. I just want to offer you some anecdotes. I remember that when I was a girl, so university students, eons ago, me and my sister didn't want to go for shopping in the center of the city. When our mother was requesting us to go to buy something, there was a competition. No, it's your turn. No, it's your turn. And I'm speaking of decades ago. Now, nobody of us lives in the center of Florence. Center of Florence is a great amusement park for tourism. That's all. And it is really a great pity. It's also a shame for me that in some ways, I benefited of the COVID from the, no, I know, it's a shame. I know, but you had back the city. That's terrible, of course. So please consider also this. I came in, the first time I came in Cracow was around 10 years ago. Okay, I have found it totally changed because of the enormous amount of tourists that are here. So please take this in consideration.
If I could also address sort of one voice we haven't really heard from here is the HVAC engineers and the operations or facility managers of our buildings. And Yale University now is looking at its 4 collections and trying to see if we could save energy by better understanding all of our collections' climates, but also all of our buildings' systems. And the British Art Center was the first collection on campus to install a heat exchange unit to create our chilled water for summer air conditioning. But then we use the heat generated by that to heat our hot water. And my operations manager tells me he expects about a 30% energy savings. The Natural History Museum last month started drilling a pipe in the ground to think about installing a heat pump. So conversations between conservators and registrars with facilities and operations managers and building systems also as a place for flexibility. If my operations manager tells me, you know, I could hold this building at 46% humidity really easily, but I can't do it at 52. I'm going to say, oh yeah, do it at 46. So that conversation between the person who knows how the boiler works, the heater works, the air conditioning works, I think is very important, and they could be a bigger part of this conversation.
Can I have a question to Cecilia and to Paulina, because it seems that your institution, at least in your institution, will offer the conservation services. So, and your institution is doing that, yeah? You're conserving for other institutions. Are you issuing any environmental recommendation to the objects after the conservation, what they are, and would it be the same in the case of the NIM? Maybe Cecilia first.
Yes, we offer a lot of advices. What can I say? It depends on the stakeholders or the other institution, of course, because sometimes after years, we find that our advices help to raise a sort of attention from personnel also that were not properly trained, but they felt the responsibility to follow our guidelines, and so that was very helpful. Sometimes not, of course. Sometimes everything is forgotten. Relative humidity, temperature, of course. Then there are many other things. Control, the check, the continuous check of the measurements. To have we provide after the restoration what we call the level, the degree, the 0 degree. No? Now the works of art is in this way, so measuring everything possible, and then encouraging them to take this kind of measurements after, depends, 10 years or whatever. For example, one of the many projects regards the elasticity of the cross pieces on the back, so they have to be registered in time, and there are many of these advice.
Well, I think that's a very good idea, but obviously it's a little bit too early to say, and it's also a paradox that we provide assistance and guidance on all kinds of museum work. I would say except 2 fields. Those fields are conservation and exhibition design, because we don't have such people on staff, because those people have to be practitioners. So if I would employ a conservator who would just decide to be, you know, now I will provide guidance to other conservators, but I will not do any conservation work myself, that doesn't really make much sense. Or someone, you know, worked in the museum last time 15 years ago and providing guidance on other very practical issue. So that wouldn't be very credible of us. But when we do open those conservation studios and we actually have experts on staff, then yes, I think that's a very good idea.
I think I would like to recall also that the Getty is training people. You have an institute here that can train conservators, and you could offer courses for curators or technicians to come in and have a day course on what is realistic now. You have in Norway, you have in Florence. Some of the collaborators that you had, Łukasz, were from the Danish Training School of Conservation at the Royal Academy in Copenhagen. They are also teaching this. So I think there is a movement in trying to explain in a variety of ways what these recent research results have actually been able to offer for a more flexible way of handling loans and handling museum ourselves. I just want to mention one thing. During the Lending to Europe project some years back, the Alte Pinakothek in Munich calculated what does it take of efforts to have a loan And they figured out that an average loan of a museum to another museum would cost the museum about 65 hours each loan. Consider that as well. And now during the COVID, we learned that we could actually do online condition checking. Do we need to have couriers all the time going along with the objects? All this is part of the same package in my view. And I think we have to reconsider all this. Michael.
Yes, so I just wanted to refer to something you said before about the discussion also with facilities, and this was also Mark here. I think that's super helpful and super important. We found in our recent workshops, we always include facilities people there, and it appears to be extremely vivid, useful discussion, because exactly when we try to understand each other and try to see what is expected, why things are happening, why they are happening, that's fantastic. And in fact, very often, and my facilities people in the Getty Museum, the head of the facilities, he told me that actually he believes he can save much more energy just changing method of operation than extending those ranges. And I respect that, because we need to do step by step. We should not be fixated on some particular solutions. We should listen what is given us by experts and respond to that. So that's a very, very important thing. And the second thing related with, as you said, the operation of loans, that's a tremendously important. I think that in many, many cases, just the way our loan schemes are designed, when there is, if there is line saying humidity and temperature ranges and default is 50 plus minus 5, it's immediately create this easy way of requiring very stringent conditions. And I think that the easiest way would be if we would need to explain why we require very tight conditions for specific objects, just trying to change the typical scheme we were working in. And another thing mentioned, the virtual courier, something which was tested by many institutions. We've got some feedback from the Art Institute of Chicago, and this was quite a broad scheme. It can, I mean, not always, but it can work. And very interestingly, we had the discussion with conservators, curators, and there was complaint that people often see the trip with the object as kind of a benefit recognition. And yes, it's kind of strange for me, but I respect it, I understand it. This is kind of a scheme which was created in the museums. But then I would say, let's give people the benefits we would like to give them, but just disconnect it from this operation, because this kind of this way of benefiting stuff is just not good from the sustainability point of view.
Any of you out there with questions? We are running slowly out of time, so it's now or another day. It doesn't seem to be now. That's a pity, because now you have all these bright people sitting up here and they are ready, more than ready to answer anything that you may ask them. But maybe you want to go out and see nature striking. Well, thank you very much to the panel. And thank you to you for organizing.
Thank you for all of you, all of the speakers to come, and the audience. We promise to do some more and share. We promise to do some more conferences and courses.
So maybe in this time, from this place, I would like once more time to thanks to all speakers for that you agreed to present all your experience with us to this. Excuse me. We have more. Yes, of course, we have more. But thank you very much. You came to Krakow, you advised to our project, and also you share your experience with the audience. Thank you very much. Join me in thanking to our speakers. And thank you very much for coming. We didn't expect so many people. As you know, there was a live transmission. We will learn the numbers, how many people watch the the conference, because I think that the kind of the, I don't know, the event which we created was really exceptional, and we had such a exceptional, outstanding presenters, except me, sorry, but other. So thank you very much for coming and listening. And I also thank you, my students. They are there, third year of the conservation. Raise your hand. Thank you. Young generation is with us. But this conference wouldn't happen without help of many people. Sonia, please rise. Magda, rise. Kasia, rise. Please rise, rise. Marcin, Napoleon, thank you very much for you. And also Anya and Zuzia, they are not with us, but they were absolutely essential, a key, fundamental for organizing this conference. And also people you don't see, our interpreters, which are sitting there, and they had hard time, I'm sure. And Ola, without you, give me a hug. It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. Thank you so much, and see you next time.